don't know how, but I did.
You're alive, by the way.
Alright, welcome back everybody. After our eraser escapades, we are now back at the forest. And the last one,
What?
last two rather,
What?
to
Whoa.
receive a
Toy out.
Let it go. Let it go, it's possessed.
I'm out of the map. I am out of the map.
You okay? Oh my god.
Okay, now it's lost.
Interdimensional hopping is
Yeah,
forbidden inside the DM room.
Yeah, I see it.
But not in the game?
I spotted it.
Where?
It's okay in the game. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Oh. Okay.
You and Ivy are the last two that know Lord Oberon's name. And he is awaiting your response. For what
I already told
favor
you my
he can
response.
give you.
What's up,
That
Obi?
is true.
Responses.
So, in exchange, refresh my memory because we talked about a lot out there. We did.
God damn it.
I know you want to do the 3 favors.
Yes. Talked about a few things. But now I can't remember. God damn it. Thank you for that. Fuck.
You're welcome.
That's what I'm saying. You gonna do all of them?
Yes.
Continue. So, to elucidate on what was discussed, Lord Regulus or Lord Oberon
Ooh, Obi.
was talked to in private to ask to cure a malady that afflicts somebody.
Hmm.
And as he approaches her, he says, you know, this is going to hurt.
I didn't want him to fix it. I wanted to find a way that wouldn't harm me, potentially.
He says, there's a few ways to do this. You can let me do it, or take your chance hopping through those portals and see if you can find the one that laid the curse in the first place. Kill them and break it that way, or have them break it by other means.
Hmm.
Those are the only options I have for you.
It's 10 d20, right? Oh god, it always works.
Mm.
25. 39.
What do you mean? What?
He's adding the numbers together.
Yeah.
It's 58 now.
39.
39.
15. 58.
58. Holy shit, stop rolling.
60.
Sorry.
71.
79.
70. Wait, 60,
Wait,
79. I don't know. I did 2 plus 19.
It's 69.
You're adding the 19 to the 60.
Yeah, 79. Excuse me.
69. Ah.
I'm adding all your rolls together. I have a calculator out.
Oh, good God. Oh, great heavens. Stop rolling.
How many rolls have I
89.
done so far?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That one was 10.
8. That's 102. 9, 118.
Okay, well,
Ooh,
I
10,
made it over 50.
138.
you did make it over 50. Rather hoping you wouldn't.
I told you.
So
I did
you
too.
Way over.
you did
This match is
you
too
have
easy.
chosen to have him do it? Oh no, it's not easy, trust me.
Suck a dick.
Yeah.
So Lord Oberon approaches you and he takes his hands and his fingertips begin to glow and he says, "Prepare yourself because this is going to hurt quite a bit." And as he begins tracing some glowing runes that look familiar to you, he reaches through the circle and he begins pulling at something mere inches from you. And as he pulls, Ellie is in extreme pain. But as he pulls it back through the circle of runes that he's drawn in the air, and he throws it to the ground, it begins to boil and vaporize. And he does this a few more times before he finally steps back and says that there is some of it that is far too entrenched into your soul as a person, and I cannot remove all of it. The rest you will have to deal with on your own.
Okay.
Atlas.
He looks to Ivy, and he scratches under Ivy's chin, and he says to Ivy, "What will it be from you?" And there's a brief moment of silence where all of you guys are watching, and Ivy's head kind of bobs a few times, and Regulus is like, "Okay, alright. Well, don't leave any room for me to negotiate." And Ivy's head kind of tilts. He's like, "Fine." And he snaps his fingers. But to all of you, roll me a perception check.
What the fuck?
It
Oh.
was a 2.
That was me throwing. Yeah,
That's
that
a
was me throwing
6.
stuff out. I got a 2.
None
Yeah,
of
you threw out a
you
20.
can tell what the favor that was given to Ivy was. But Ivy seems quite content and lays back down.
Can I
Wrapped
try
around your
again?
arm. What are you trying to do?
Trying to see what happened.
Sure. Roll a perception check.
Nope.
Again!
I rolled an 18 on
Nyx,
the second roll.
you take a moment and you clear your mind, and you can see that everybody around you seems to have a more calm aura about them, but there's something else that you can't quite put your finger on. With that being said, he turns back to you, Ellie. He's like, "Now, you owe me 3 favors.
Mm-hmm.
Your first favor will also help you. Your job, your task to be completed for me, is to go to the dimension where you received your curse, slay that beast, and bring it back to me, alive. Or mostly
That's
alive.
contradictory.
That's not how that
I mean,
works.
slay, hold on, I
Slay
said that
means
wrong.
to kill
Bring
it.
Slay, capture, bring it back to Lord Oberon, decently alive. Your
Intact.
second task
That's difficult.
Okay.
I feel like I don't
Is
even know what
that-
it is.
Your next task for me
God.
is that you will always carry a decanter of tea with you, and you should always expect a visit from me.
Okay.
And your third and final task, and he points at the little fae that's been following y'all around, is you must now take her on an adventure.
Alright.
Oh, fuck.
What? Another child?
We
Yeah,
gotta
bring
more
that
Wait,
other
how
shit.
old is the child?
It is
You-
not a child.
Definitely not a child.
Do I get my?
Oh,
my
wait,
you mean his
betrothed.
It's his
I guess-
betrothed.
I
Yeah.
guess I get them the things
Okay,
after I
okay.
complete the task. Also,
So we're now dragging a fail.
which task is for which reward?
Apparently, too.
What do you mean two? What?
I'll decide that at a later date.
Later date. Okay.
Yes.
And I'll
Here's
have you
your
text
new
me all these things so I can keep track of them.
You need to find a name that we're calling her if he's making us forget her name as well. Well, making
You
Nix
know it.
forget her
you-
name.
You know
Nix
it.
knows the name because you shook hands.
Oh, yeah.
Because what?
You shook hands,
hands.
and
Did-
you
wasn't
took
that overridden,
Yeah,
though?
the...
but technically, I was gonna
It
say
was
technically it
overridden.
was. Yeah.
Hmm.
You may call her... As Lord Oberon kind of snatches her out of the air, her and the jellyfish, he's thrust them at whoever's there, and he says, you must take Lady Joy with you on these adventures. And she immediately looks
Suck butt.
at
Mm.
Oberon like, why you
Suck butt.
dog, before she says
Why you
nothing
dirty
and
dog?
accepts it. As that occurs, Oberon snaps his fingers, and an archway appears before you, leading to
Oh, is it to that one thing?
It's probably to where we were going.
a mushroom forest. He snaps his fingers again, dispelling the wall of silence. And one more time, he beckons over his shoulder, and Ace, somewhat less than fully healed, but decently healed, begins flying towards you. The portal stretches wider to let Ace through.
Ace, my boy!
All of you are ushered out via
Wait.
giant magical fish slap.
Forget I had a question. You still need to give an answer.
Ask your question.
What are we gonna call this bitch?
What? Regulus, why is it that you just decided not to use my name against me? You've clearly known it since the beginning.
Just because you know something, because you know the name of something, does not mean that that is their name.
What
Your
does that-
name is how others address you, how others know you, how you've been known. A name is a powerful thing. And just because you have one does not mean that that is your name. And with that, he waves, and the fish smack knocks you completely through the portal.
Now I am absolutely confused.
I have a question. Before I'm flung through the portal with a fish, can I pull out a fish out of my pocket and throw it at him?
Yeah.
You may. Accuracy, accuracy, accuracy.
Get fished.
I'm
Get
just gonna
roll,
just
low-
yell, catch.
One is
Oh.
a success. Holy
Catch
shit.
fish.
That's a critical right there.
Crit
That's a
success!
critical against Oberon. And it's a honeyed fish. So,
Yeah.
as you take this fish
Slimy.
and the door slamming shut, as Regulus is waving at you all, you hurl this fish Like a ballistic missile, this fish flies straight and true and
I yell
impacts
while
with
doing
his
this.
face. As the door slams shut, you can hear from the other side, "God damn it, it's so sticky."
Now we're even.
Outside, as you all turn around, is very much alive. As you've seen just by glance, little mushrooms about maybe 12 inches to 14 inches tall scurrying between the trees.
Wow.
And they have a red top
Will you stop
with
with your
like
little blood drive?
beady eyes, but they look kind of cute and cuddly.
I'm
And
not cuddling
you
that
can
thing.
tell that the
They
Are they
smurf.
Huh?
hallucinogens?
no comment. But
I'm
you
sorry.
see that the
La
path
la
is
la 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 la.
the path before you is pretty well clear, and
I
it
forgot we have a
leads
goose with us
into
now.
Now we have Smurfs.
a large forest that is not made of mushrooms, but it
Quick.
looks like it'll take
Kill
you
the Smurfs. The
maybe an
Smurfs
hour
have
to
magic
walk
in
out.
them.
As you begin your journey through the woods, you are assaulted by a fragrant smell. Everybody roll me a
Oh,
d10.
fuck.
10.
It's
Three.
fucking... No!
Shit.
Shirian, that means you.
D10, my boy. D10, D10.
Oh,
That
You gotta
D10.
roll that.
oh
I
yeah.
shouldn't have rolled that for you.
Here, I'll roll it myself. There we go.
Damn.
We all failed.
This
That's the other one.
smell is very cloying.
gonna
It's
roll
so sweet that it's overly sweet.
Kalar succeeded. Sort of.
Kalar is watching as all of you, including the goose, are now kind of just giggling as you walk along the path. Just a little giggly. Just
Woohoo,
Haha.
hallucinogens!
What about Ivy?
Ivy is unaffected by this. She is
Okay.
resistant to this.
Oh, hey, can I get some of that flame on my hand?
What
That
about
hellfire
Murphy
flame.
and Eden and... What's her face?
Oh, I forgot
Joy?
Murphy, Eden, and
Joy.
what's their names? So
They're all
Murphy,
on the ship.
Miss Joy.
Lady Joy.
And speaking of, are we all on the ship?
We're walking.
Y'all are not. Y'all have not boarded the ship yet.
I
Lame.
would
Yo,
rather
Ace,
not
help me
board
out
this
here,
ship
bud.
while he still heals.
Lady Joy,
Eden?
Murphy,
He's a-
and Eden and Kalar are the only ones who have succeeded their saving throws.
Of course, all the NPCs succeed.
Mm-hmm. Like,
I honestly did it in front of
What
you,
about Vixen?
so
Wait,
it
where's
wasn't
Vixen?
DM cheating. Oh, roll for Vixen.
Hmm?
Roll for Vixen.
Nope.
damn.
I still have
Vixen's-
Vixen on me? Wait,
Vixen's
what?
high as Mount Everest right now. Poor Vixen. I hope she doesn't get the munchies. We'll find out.
I didn't know I had
However-
Vixen on me.
Oh, the eggs.
Oh shit.
As you are marching along, the mushrooms kind of
What about the goose?
crowd around you, and you can see the spores filling the air. Just large volumes,
Woohoo, we're
and they
about to be
kind of just bounce into
zombies!
you. And they're trying to almost knock you down.
Can I pull
I
a
have
weapon?
an idea.
Oh,
I have an idea.
You can pull a weapon.
Can I spread
Mm.
out the fire? Can I like shoot the fire from my fingertips and shit?
You can try, but you will be doing it with
That
a
would release more
disadvantage
spores.
of 3. So
That's
whatever
fine.
you get, I'm subtracting 3. Alright?
Well,
12.
fuck.
I want to try to...
Can
I don't want to hit any of them, but like swing around to kind of like intimidate them. To get them to back off.
I want to...
Alright, roll me an intimidation. -3, so 7.
Yikes.
Demonstrate the intimidation technique that you wish to use.
Just kind of randomly swinging around. I could
You're
imagine,
like,
seeing as we're high.
get back! Es una zombie! Becca,
I'm
no!
going
That's my
to
grandma.
pull my gun.
Becca,
don't-
no, that's my
I don't get the
grandma.
reference.
Lay it down onto the floor or the ground
It's
and
a-
aim straight up.
Okay.
Ace?
I'm firing the water. So it should hopefully, the water should
Solid
come back down
plan.
and
Rain! Rain, bitch! Rain!
-3 to the throw, go ahead.
Okay.
2. So, you lay
Someone's getting
down.
hit with water.
You lay down and you try to bring the rifle up, but you're just like so high. Your arms kind of you just kind of like, man, this is actually
still
kind
pull
of
the trigger?
comfortable.
You know what? This is
Sure.
some nice
You,
soft grass.
you pull the trigger, roll me a d20.
Who's getting hit?
As you fire, you give the underside of Ace a pretty nice power washing.
Ace gets hit?
Ace gets hit because you're laying straight on your back and Ace is floating above you. Yokel, it's you and Yenna.
Okay.
What's the move? Actually, roll me a resistance for Yenna. I don't know if she...
Oh, my
Oh
God,
yeah,
wait a
yeah,
minute,
the
I'm high.
D10, right?
I
Yeah.
want to do a modification.
Wow.
Oh,
Yenna is just super tanking this. Yenna's like, honk, happy honk, honk, happy honk, honk. She has noticed that all of
Happy
you are
honk.
high. Happy
I
honk.
want to do a thing.
I want the fire on my left hand. I put the fire on my left hand.
Is
Fire
there
rate,
actually
skeleton
anything
hand.
happening, or is this just all the high?
Y'all are actually making your way down the path, with the exception of Ellie, who's laid down. But one of the mushrooms has grabbed her shirt and is dragging her along, kind of following the rest of you.
I want to do a funny
I
thing.
want- I want to imbue my bones with the hellfire.
I'm okay. So Yenna's not gonna do anything. But I think
Pick
I'm
Yenna
gonna
up and
pick
use her
up-
like a big fan.
uh,
You know, if we got on the ace, we'd probably be above all the spores.
actually,
Mm.
yeah. I'll have her like flapping around, trying to get the spores away.
Roll me a d20 for mechanical knowledge.
3.
Nope. It's a 0. What? Yeah,
That's a 0. But,
Damn,
but,
30-0.
but, it is the goose. The goose is not high, so it's semi-successful.
3.
And because it's semi-successful, you have been able to breathe clean air for a few wing flaps now. You are now sober.
Less hot.
Sort of.
Yes, let's go.
Yenna
Sort
has
of.
carried the day.
Okay, can I get up on the ace?
Yes. How are you gonna do it?
Yo, Ace, help me out, dude. And then he'll, like, do his tentacle-y thing, and then help me up.
Or just a rope.
A rope drops over the side, and you are able to grab it. Roll me a strength check. Wow. As you scurry up this rope like a squirrel on a power line, you are back into the safe embrace of Ace as you lay on the deck. The rest of you see this rope And you are no longer high because you are outside of the spores. You.
With the rope? Me? Okay, cool. Okay, wait, I want
Your
to imbue
gloves
my
are the same
bones
color
with
as the
the
wall.
fire.
With hellfire?
Yes.
Roll me a d20 2 times. No.
Damn.
You begin to focus, and you kind of remember how it felt when you made the small fireball in your hand. But as you try to spread it to both hands so you can work it up from your hands through your bones, it kind of spits and sputters and doesn't have any real substance to the fire. Nix, Yokel, Ellie. What's the plan
Alright.
here?
I tried to roll perception to see if they were causing, like, if they were dangerous, but I didn't pick up that.
Oh, so you're seeing if the mushrooms are dangerous?
Yeah. Like, are we really in danger right now, or we're just high?
You are not in danger, but it has gotten you quite high.
Oh well. The others can deal with us, that's fine. Just keep walking.
Woohoo! Fun road trip!
I was gonna say, it just
Okay.
sounds like a real fun road trip,
I'm
to be
gonna
honest.
Pick up
Ellie.
and yeah, I'm just gonna pick them up and then just continue on my way.
Ellie sways arms and legs, just saying, no.
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 We gotta go.
So as you throw
Points
Ellie
gun
over your
into
shoulder,
air.
I would like to go to the crow's nest and view what we're trying to view for.
alright. As you
Finish.
scatter up that rope and you hit the crow's nest, roll me a perception. From the top of the crow's nest, you are aware that there is a city just inside the tree line of this forest. And there is a contingent of horseback cavalry rapidly approaching your position.
Wait, say that last part again? You glitched a little.
There are horses and cavalry approaching your position from the
I
tree line
ring
in
the
front of you.
bell as an emergency. Because I think this is an emergency, so get the fuck up here.
It is indeed an emergency.
Yes, I ring the bell.
Can Ellie do a thing before
Perception,
it becomes
perception.
unhot?
I'm vibing out with all these. I'm vibing out being high.
She's at -1.
That is a negative
13.
1. That's a super critical fail. So you're like, you hear the bell, but you're like, man, this music's got a nice beat to it. Sharky, you hear the bell and you're like, I know what that means. Somewhere.
But do I
Yo,
want?
roll the
Well-
perception. for
Oh,
me,
I did. I
please.
got a 12.
So you yell, and you're also like, I've heard that before. But because you're not high, you tend to take it as a warning. And now the ball is in y'all's court. The three of you, Nix, you're continuing walking, and you can see the horseback riders at this point.
It's like, hi, there's friends! I'm gonna start, like, moving quicker towards them.
I'm gonna man the cannon.
Yeah, Proto. Did you see the picture that I sent? That's my current form that I'm in.
The centaur build? Yes.
Yeah.
So, are you gonna just take off running down there to meet them, or what?
Like, stumbling towards them. Friends!
I'm gonna man
Actually-
the cannon and keep their backs, on guard and shit.
I'm gonna ask. What did you see? see up there.
The same
The
thing you can
cavalry
see out
is
here.
incoming. Men on horseback. Coming this way.
Not
Do they
me
look more like
stumbling
me
towards
or
them.
actual cavalry?
Actual cavalry.
All right, I start you know, going to
Heading
try
out to
I
meet
wanna do a
him?
thing.
Yeah.
I want to do a thing before I get out of the mushroom smog thing, or whatever the fuck about the spores.
Alright, what are you doing? What is the thing you're doing?
Can I quickly modify the water barrel to instead shoot chocolate milk?
Roll me a d20.
I'm making it rain chocolate milk, you bastard.
0.
As a
I guess I
0,
don't.
you do make chocolate milk. However, it is the cheap chocolate milk, where it's mixed with
Ooh.
water instead of dairy products.
That's not chocolate milk.
That's water milk.
That's not even hot chocolate at
That's
best.
called fuck, I don't remember what those drinks
It's
are
a
called.
yoo-hoo.
Yeah, it's a yoo-hoo.
Mocha.
You've made a yoo-hoo shot. What are you doing with it? Hold on, I'm curious now.
Making it rain chocolate milk. Like
Roll me a
Discord.
d20 one more time.
Immediately dirtying up these. Damn,
The
negative 2.
fucking one.
Wow. So you begin spraying
It's
chocolate
even
milk
nothing.
in a weak stream. As you pull the trigger and the shell goes off, it's just like...
It's like peeing.
Kind
Like
of,
those
it's
basic,
just kinda
like those
just
dollar
pouring
store
chocolate
water
water.
guns.
And
It's
and
like-
he's holding me, so he's getting hit with this as well.
Yeah, it's just going
I'm
all
getting
over the
annoyed.
ass or something.
Yenna's definitely getting annoyed.
You got a sticky ass.
As this continues, y'all have made it halfway down there. And
I've made
the
the
riders
cannon
stop
by now,
and they
yeah.
take up a defensive position to intercept y'all. Having
Oh,
seen
fuck.
Ace flying in the sky, they are a little less enthusiastic about being the aggressors in this situation.
I'm still quickly
Hmm,
stumbling towards them.
Friends.
Friends!
I-
Exactly!
So-
Friends!
One
Perception.
rider. You can roll perception. Go ahead and roll perception. Wow.
Really good perception.
Given that you
But
are
minus
now
that.
not high,
Excuse
that 19
me,
stands.
goddamn.
What do you want to see?
What species is in front of us?
Who's
These
riding
are
the
elves.
horses? Yeah.
Oh fuck.
It's the guards of the castle or whatever.
I'm
Whatever it's
telling
called.
him to put me down.
Put me down!
Put me down! Put me
I've-
down, you big
I've-
bitch!
I've
Put me down.
You could have gotten off any time.
He did chocolate milk all over his back. That sounded gross to say
Oh,
that.
that
I
sounds
feel.
horrible.
Can I like delete that?
No.
I want to undo that. We gotta unedit
No.
that from the video. That
No.
was bad. That sounded disgusting.
Okay.
It
Unless you want to
stays.
go through the YouTube videos and edit yourself. No. No, you cannot.
No, no.
Kitty, dude, that's so scuffed. What the hell?
I'm sorry. I should have
I'm
never said it
stumbling
like that.
quicker and quicker. Probably
I'm
tripping
never
every now and
using
again.
centaur form ever
It's like a
again.
toddler trying
My
to
God.
sprint.
One
I'm going
rider
I'm going to
decides
do a
to.
thing, and I'm going to take my mask, and I'm not putting it on, but I am having it like on the side of my head.
All right. So because you have done that, I will message you later about that. As you stumble towards the one rider who has now approached you, he kind of notices that you seem to be stoned quite heavily,
Probably still has it
intoxicated
mashed
by
down
the
his
spores,
arm. The
and
mushroom's
he
still just
hops off
falling.
of his He hops off
Help
of
us,
his
we're high. I'm
horse,
in the mushroom forest.
notices the herd
The
of
Smurfs
mushrooms
put this
following
up.
you, kind of shakes his head, pulls out a small flask, and he waves it under your nose. It's like a little glass vial
Alcohol?
with a black sand in it, and he waves it under your nose. And roll me a d10. You feel like the smell of this glass vial just punched you, like you've been uppercut. But you are now sober. As he reaches down to pick you up off the ground from your stumbling mess, he looks at Kalar and then looks back at you, and he's like, I am Ardwin. Why are you coming from that side of the forest?
We've come
What
in
the hell are
search
you
of a
doing
beast.
here?
A beast!
This side of the forest. Oh, you mean from the Fey area? Yes.
To us, this is behind you from the forest you just came from is a cliff and water. And I watched you walk out of that area.
We came out of a portal.
Kinda okay. And what do you want with Duelden Varden?
Do
Do you bring war?
Do Weldenbard.
No.
Oh, that's the.
No.
We do
That's
not
the
bring war. We do
palace.
not.
We're here
Do Weldon Varden is the Elven King. You're not
We're
high anymore.
no, my brain's just not working. We're here to finish.
We're here to
Uh,
slay a beast.
Stop.
Peace
No.
treaty.
Treaty. Yes, we are here to finish off a peace treaty. We need your king, queen, whoever to sign it. Yes.
As you say this, everybody roll me a perception check real quick.
Hell yeah. I got me a 13. Do you want me to roll
Actually, all
again
of you-
for the goose?
No, y'all have all succeeded. A portal opens above you. A small one. And 4 figures fall through it, and they are immediately dumped upon by a large sheaf of notebook paper, or like parchment, that has different
Oh.
things written all over it.
Hello there.
Underneath, you can hear angry chattering, and you see one arm waving a clipboard.
I'm going to help them.
Osha boys!
Ardwin
We're
is
Bring 'em up,
about to
watching
get
bring 'em up.
ticketed for
Hey, send them down a
intoxication
rope.
on the
Go pick 'em up,
workplace.
boy.
Technically, it wasn't
you
our
load-
choice.
It
As
doesn't
you
matter.
lower
They'll
the
get
rope
you
down,
anyway.
the OSHA boys don't care. They're gonna write the ticket. They're gonna like the ticket. But as
I
you
would
lower
like
the
them.
rope down, and each of you, you and Ellie, are now working to unbury the OSHA boys, they appreciate your help. They turn around and see the elf, and the OSHA boy in the hard hat walks up to it and bows low, and then in a strange kind of way, they clasp hands and do a mimicry of each other in what seems to be a sacred greeting ritual between Ardwin and OSHA boy number 1. And
Osha boys!
Ardwin, his eyes kind of get a faraway look, and he's like, it's not possible. And OSHA boy 1 pats his shoulder and walks over to the rope that is lowered down from Ace and climbs back up. As well as 2, 3, and 4. All the OSHA boys climb up, and the orcs have not been seen, but they're probably doing something. The OSHA boys are now on deck, and Ardwin is like, you want to make a peace treaty. That's what you're here for? A peace treaty?
Well,
Between
we're
us and who?
finishing a peace treaty. The two dwarven kingdoms and a human kingdom out in the
Then you.
middle of a desert.
There used to be. It is hard, but if I think back, I remember a city named Opolis, but it feels like that's so far away. Either way, if you come on terms of peace, then I must take you to our ambassadoriate. They will know what to do, and they will lead you to the right direction. As he turns around, he says, if you would be so kind as to follow me and leave him airborne, as he points to Ace. As long as he stays airborne, he is welcome, and food will be provided for him.
Bear, get out of his fucking kennel.
Good. Okay, can we heal him the rest of the way, too?
We shall see about a healer tending to him, yes.
Me and the Ocean Boys are going to go drink.
So, as you
I'm gonna
follow him
take
into
my
Do
lunch.
Well,
I don't think you'll find much of that here.
Oh, damn. What? No elven wine? Maybe a nice
As you
brandy?
As you follow him
Motherfucker.
and his 3 other riders back into the city, everything around you
Yo, somebody hold on to the rope. Drag us
is
with you.
made from trees. The trees weren't carved or cut or shaped with any tool. They grew into the buildings that they are. And the few buildings that aren't trees are beautiful stonework and masonry that is curved, and it looks all organic. The buildings around you are tipped with gold if they're made out of stone. This is a very lavish place. It is very clearly wealthy. The streets are clean. The horses that you see everywhere are well fed and well kempt. And they're left free to roam wherever they choose to go. The livestock in this area are well kempt. The sheep are, shorn. Their hair is cut, sheared, and the cattle even have their own designated walkways. And behind all of this is a massive statue of a dwarven ambassador shaking hands with an elven ambassador, and it is set in the middle of a fountain. Hold on, my face hurts. There we go. It is set in the middle of a fountain.
Grab the rope.
I got you.
Yeah, take us into
Ardwin
town.
approaches you, Nyx, and tells you it will be a moment before the ambassadorials become available. For now, help yourself to our city. See the sights, see the sounds,
And smells.
and smells. Everybody roll me a perception check.
Woohoo! Oh, fuck.
Oh, we're all failing.
Yeah, we all failed.
You are kind of all just enamored with everything that you see, hear, and smell. But the one thing that you all have in common is that the smell of this city is so pleasant that it kind of just lulls you into a sense of peace. 1 second.
So, what are y'all gonna do first?
I'm
Gonna crash.
gonna see if we're any low on any supplies, and then probably
Smart.
gonna
Be
drink
soft.
with the OSHA boys. Oh yeah, and I put on my captain's hat again.
I'm gonna look for more Shirians, and then after that, I'm gonna give this goose some super cool plate armor.
Yeah, I just realized Kalar's been traveling
What
with
was
us
I
for a
really
while
looking
now
for?
and hasn't been armed with any sort of weapon to defend himself whatsoever. So,
Kalar is the weapon. No,
He's
I'm
a
kidding.
fucking dragon.
Dude,
currently
straight up,
he's been in
if I
his human form a
continue-
lot though, and
Murphy
know.
turns to yell at you and says, I'll be damned if you're gonna catch me just shapeshifted every time I have to fight something. There's a lot of small places to go.
I was gonna say we also have the world's best blacksmith, quote unquote, with us. So I'll be damned
Yeah,
if I
quote
don't get him
unquote.
something to actually defend himself with.
Yo,
Don't we still
my
have some of those
boy.
not dragon, dinosaur scales?
You do. You do.
my boy.
Might have. Might have
Best
Murphy
blacksmith
make him some sort
for
of
the crew.
weapon and armor out of it.
My boy. Can I talk to my boy?
Proto.
Which
Listen.
boy are you talking to?
Murph.
Osha boys? Murph? Yeah.
Murph.
And
My
Tyrion,
boy.
you will have an exciting piece of information given to you in this city.
Ooh.
Somebody remind me of the word loop.
Loop.
Loop. Loop. Loop.
Was that the new word,
I'm going
remember?
to
New
Yep.
word to
Instead
remember,
of
yes.
goose, it's loop.
turn to Joy.
I'm going loopy.
So what of this adventure to
Why,
you?
the city's so beautiful. My eyes would be popping
What
out
exactly
of my
are
head
you
if I
looking
had
for
any.
or looking to achieve?
She's gonna look at you and she's gonna be kind of just. She's wearing a perpetual frown, so that's her just natural face. And as she looks
Resting
at you,
bitch
she
face.
says, resting bitch face is fair, yes. She's like, this was his way of making sure that I don't get to tell all of the other Fae that he gave his own name away. So this adventure that we're on is more just to keep me quiet for a longer time while he does, air quotes, damage control.
Damn.
So you don't care
Hmm.
much for the adventure in itself.
Oh, not so. I could find some entertainment out here, I'm sure, but for the most part, this was him covering his own backside as he threw him out. And as she reaches over and she grabs a chain link out of midair and rattles it, and you can hear a chain attached to each of you, binding all of y'all together to her.
Why
The
all
chain
of
will
us and not just
stretch
me?
because he asked all of you to take me out as a favor to him.
So why does that link us?
Murph.
It is the Fae don't tolerate liars, and the best way we can do that is by making sure that nobody is a liar. You can't go back on your promise if you are literally chained to your promise.
And what happens
Murph,
if the party ends up
my
getting split?
boy.
It's happened more than once.
Yeah.
Typical
That
dragon.
may present a problem, but it may also present a boon.
A boon.
A boon.
You will get a headache
A
in the
booty.
direction of the party member, and not a booty, you heathen Captain Bones. There will be no booties. And she says this last part with finality. She's like, "Whoosh." No booties.
How far exactly can the party split up before this problem occurs? Because we tend to split up to explore places like this, especially.
Dimensions. As long as you're in this realm,
Fuck.
that shouldn't prove to be a problem.
Oh, okay.
So we can be halfway across the world. We good. Let's just ditch her here.
Uh-oh. Wait a minute.
Well, an issue kinda proposes itself there, as there is going to be a time when we do have to leave this dimension.
Nah. So what?
As long as you take me with you, or he feels that the task has been completed.
There's not really a
Then
way
no.
to quote-unquote complete this task, seeing as there is not really a truthful end to an adventure.
This one is, because, you know...
That depends on interpretation, and I'm sure that the way he worded it was loose enough for me to consider it a completion if we get to something interesting.
We get to something interesting on the daily.
Ooh.
Seeing as this party likes to try and get itself killed way too
I
often.
looked over and half
Yo!
I half
Clear, I'm
expected to
already
see
dead.
Lilith sitting there like, I'm gonna do a
Okay.
flip.
Fucking no.
I'm gonna be like, no.
God damn it. Lucy likes to do flips like constantly during our other campaign. To the point where she flipped herself into a manhole.
Perfectly. Rolled a nat 20, flip backwards, hit that manhole like one of them spinning trash can lids, and just whoop. It was great.
Good lord.
Oh,
beautiful
let it
moment.
be my turn so that I can get my goose armor. It's goose armor.
Well, you can choose.
Is that what you wish
Murph.
to do, Yokel?
Murph,
Yes.
my boy.
Outstanding.
Oh, wait.
So,
Besides, look for the
The
You know,
elves are super good
my
at
fellow
fire
kind.
or the bullshit magic, right? They can make magic swords and such.
enchantments are a specialty here, yes.
But can't Murph do that?
Going to
Murphy's not much of an enchanter. He's just a really, really good blacksmith.
I'm going to grab his
Alright.
fucking belt and
Well.
drag him with me. Kayla
Who,
just
Murphy?
follows along. Yeah. He's like, you're coming
Alright.
with me.
Hey, Murph, my boy, I need him.
So here's how we'll do this. We're gonna do 5-minute splits with whatever characters are doing whatever. Alright, so everybody roll me a d4, which is the little triangle blue one. 3, 4, 4. Okay. Everybody roll again. 3, 1, 4, 1. You two roll again. 2, 4. Okay.
Okay.
Fuck it. We're gonna go 1, 2, 3, 4. So the first 5 minutes. Let me clarify something. Are you and Murphy and Kayla are all going to go together somewhere? Yes.
Sounds like it. I don't know.
Are you gonna drag him off to fucking God knows where?
Sorta.
I
gonna
just
be
need
scary.
him to. I just
We
need
need to
him to
find a
make
place to
these
rest.
two
Gonna
blades into the
teleport him
one,
to Michigan.
so I can go
Oh,
get that guy enchanted.
I'll push Murphy over to the Lorax and let him do what he needs to do, and then I'll drag him off afterwards. But I am going to tell Joy to just kind of follow whoever. Or explore as she
Yo.
pleases. Just stay in the city and we'll meet back up.
Do we remember that sword that I was trying to get from that old man when we got picked up by the pirates?
Yes.
No, I wasn't
Where is
there.
that
Yeah.
motherfucker?
No.
The cursed
That
sword?
enchants the cursed blade. Now, I did revamp that curse. But that curse weapon, Murphy does have, yes.
I was gonna say, I thought somebody gave it
Yo,
to Murphy or something.
My boy, I'll trade you these 2 swords for that. For that one. Give me, Lord.
He's gonna look at your 2 daggers.
No,
The
I
2
have
swords.
2 swords.
Yeah, he's gonna pull that cursed sword out. He's gonna look at it. Look at you. Look at it. Look at the 2 swords. He's gonna hand you the cursed sword, and he's gonna, before he lets you just take it, he's gonna say, I really hope you know what you're doing with this. As he takes the other 2 swords.
I can't be violent here.
Roll me a d10.
Okay.
Okay. You suffer no ill effects
Nice
as of right
motion.
now.
Okay,
What's
I
up,
sheathe it.
Welcome back, Bean.
Hey, what's up?
Okay.
Okay, now I'm gonna
As
go purchase
you-
another sword.
Didn't you want
Alright.
a gun or some shit from Ellie?
Oh, yes. I'll take a
Little
gun. I could take a gun. Yeah.
I know what I'm
That-
giving you.
That we will get back to. In the meantime, we come back to you. Oh, lovely one. Nyx, our druid, badass. And as you have told Lady
Memory low.
Joy to kind of go explore, she gives you and a courtesy before she
Why does
that
takes
say
off
memory low?
walking.
I don't know what you
If
said
it
because
says
I about
memory low,
crashed.
select their avatar, hide it, and then hide it.
As
If your volume
Lady
ever
Joy
disappears, reset
gives
your
you an
headset.
almost
Should fix
perfect courtesy, she begins flying off down the city,
Huh? No.
just kind
memory
of
low.
weaving around, smelling things, and you can
Mhm.
see her for a while before she turns a corner.
I'm fine.
Fuck. The memory.
Something
it's
tells me
low.
she's not
That
given a lot of
said-
freedom
An
in
hidden
this
avatar.
realm.
Unhidden
worry.
avatar. It's still.
Not usually. The Fae tend to stay to their own realms. Iron is a dangerous but common metal here.
It didn't work.
Relax.
As that
down.
occurs, you see Murphy kind of striding towards you and Kalar.
I'm kidding.
Murphy's like, not much, how about you?
I'm going to kind of scoot Kalar towards him and is like, he needs weapons. Like, now. I can't even count the amount of
So does
extremely
the goose.
dangerous situations we've been in, and we've had this child without a weapon to defend himself. Haven't even taught himself to defend. No, not doing that anymore. I cannot be having him on my hip 24/7, having to make sure he's still alive.
Murphy nods. He says, it's about time we teach him to fight for himself anyway. I understand where you're coming from. What? And
He will
as
still be
he
on my
kind of
hip,
crouches
but-
down on one knee, and he says, what would you prefer to use? I'll make you some armor, but tell me what type of armor would be best for you. Okay, you play Kalar.
I'm trying to think. I highly doubt he's gonna want anything too heavy or really that restricts his movement in general. So he's probably gonna want some sort of light armor. Usually, probably what you would see in like a rogue. I don't really know what weapon would be good. What would you see as a decent weapon for a child starting to learn how to fight for themselves?
I will come get one in a moment. As you say that,
Outlets.
Murphy kind of just sits cross-legged in the middle of the street, mind you. There are elves walking back and forth, and he's like, "I have just the thing that would be pretty well within his ranges." As he takes those 2 swords that He just recently traded. You see him open one of his palms, and it begins to glow like red hot. And he takes that sword, and he first melts it down and kind of kneads it into a little glowing ball of material on the ground. And he does it with the second one. He takes off a pouch from his belt and begins laying out some of the smaller scales that came from the queen. And he puts those in the pile as well. He begins taking some leather cordage and a long roll of leather from one of his packs, and he sets it down and begins cutting it before he combines all of that together. And as everybody's watching, and some of the elves have stopped by because he's made quite a show of it. He brings his hammer up and he's doing dead blows with his hammer, and it's taking shape. And as he finishes it up, he begins pulling it like a piece of taffy. He's pulling it up, and he's stretching it and rolling it around while it's still kind of glowing. And as he sets it down, you can see it's a small, like, mid-waist, like it comes down to his thighs, hauberk. It's got metal platelets and buckles on it, so he can close it around himself. And the metal platelets kind of overlap. So give me a marker so I can draw this.
Hob.
So
What color do you want? White, blue?
I got the black one. It's okay. I'm just so it kind of looks like this with a little high collar, and it's got mid sleeves. And the buckles are here and here, as well as one here. And there are little platelets kind of stacked like this across.
Kind of looks like dragon scales almost.
And it's all the way up, but there's this long leather band which has like little pouches sewn into it, or more or less fused into it. The high collar also has one really long steel band around his neck. And this also has a metallic clasp so he can close it or open it. Is this satisfactory?
Fair enough.
He's gonna hold it up to Kalar, and he's like, how about you try it on a little bit, and we'll see if I need to make any adjustments to it.
Yeah,
So as
she'll
he picks it
help
up,
him put it on.
so as you're helping him get it on, and it comes down to about mid-thigh, so he's just wearing his boots and this halberd, so leg,
Almost
leg.
like he's wearing a dress. Almost.
Kind of, yeah. But it's noble. He looks cool.
Uh-huh.
And as he finishes
Trench coat.
putting it on, how
That's a better thought.
does it fit? Yes, Kayla. How does it fit for you?
He just kind of like silently nods. He's just like, I look like a knight.
A squire indeed you do.
I'll be right back. I did laundry.
He's going to be like, now let's talk about that weapon. Do you want something sharp, or would you prefer something heavy, like a mace?
Sharp, probably. I don't see a kid
He
really
pulls.
lifting something really heavy.
He kind of sits back. Murphy kind of sits back, and the crowd around you is immense now. It almost seems like half of the town is out watching this show occur. And Murphy's kind of like scratching the back of his head, trying not to make any attention drawn to himself more than it already is. And he takes a
It's a little late for that.
tube of glass. He's like, I've always wanted to try this, and the elves here, they like this type of thing. And he kind of like stands up and he begins talking to a few of them. And you see an exchange of gold, and they hand him more pieces of glass and a few pieces of worked gold wire. He's like, the elves here are really good with this type of weapon, and they've been making them forever. Rumor has it they were taught how to make these weapons by a dimensional hopper. And he kind of sits down, and you see once again his hands begin glowing, and he takes his finger and thumb and he begins stretching the glass, kind of like blades, leaves on a stem. He's stretching the glass out into a peak. And as he takes one fingernail, he scratches the glass, and everybody kind of cringes because it's an awful sound. But as he sharpens each edge, he begins ever so slightly just adjusting the way that the leaves are attached to the stem, and kind of curving the tips of them so that they overlap ever so slightly. He takes the gold wire, and as he begins uncoiling it from the spool it's on, you see him feeding it through each leaf, back and forth, kind of like the veins in a leaf. And he starts from the very top of it, the very top leaf where it's pointed, and he works ever so fast, trying to spread out the veins in the leaves, try to give it a nice artistic look to it. And he pulls it out right above where the glass bar is still round, and he begins pushing the wire through one way, then another way, back and forth. He's just weaving this wire before he begins spinning the blade in his other hand while wrapping the wire around the hilt. The last bit, he takes the very bottom piece of the hilt, heats it, and stretches one end over like to be a hand guard, and stretches a hilt out shaped like flower petals. And he's like, try this and let me know what you think. He kind of grabs Kalar's arm and he like wraps his hand around it. Yeah, he's showing him how to hold it, where to place his thumb.
What, it's like a glass sword? I don't understand what kind
of... It is a glass sword, but it looks like, you know how a fern has like a bunch of little leaves, or like there's a bunch of branches on a bunch of leaves on one branch of certain trees and stuff? All the leaves kind of overlap each other, so it looks serrated. And there's a gap in each blade. He says, that ought to hold you well. It's a fair enough...
Sounds fragile.
Fair enough approximation of... Murphy hears you say that, and he takes his hammer and he lays this sword down, and he brings it up as high as he can, and you see the... Just to prove the point, you see the divine smite charged up on this hammer as he... and he begins... The lightning that normally would scatter...
Crashed.
Oh, you still there?
Yeah.
All the lightning that would normally scatter as he crashes it into it, this sword absorbs and begins to glow with it.
What the fuck?
He looks at you with a frown on his face, and he's like, I don't make fragile. I'm a very, a very good blacksmith.
Then who made you?
The audacity.
Damn.
Murphy dusts his hands off, and you notice that you're surrounded by a crowd of elves, and they're all of them are kind of in awe as Kalar picks his sword up and he kind of holds it high in the air. The crowd begins to clap, and then there's like a small amount of cheering before they kind of just go back to doing what they're doing. But there's a few elves who stuck around, and they kind of swarm Murphy, and Murphy's like, I'll be back with you shortly. Now, as that goes on, we are going to you, Yokel.
Hell yeah.
Yokel!
Yokel. Tell me, Yokel. Put
Yo,
this
the
away.
dice.
I don't want that curse shit in here.
No, hide the dice.
Oh, why?
What
I'm not gonna
curse
eat it.
shit? What? Huh?
Huh?
Eat this. Eat it.
It's an apple.
No.
Tastes like shit.
Where's the broccoli?
Well, it is a dice.
Alright. Alright.
Yokel,
Anyway.
you
Yes.
are
Yokel.
approached by an elf who's wearing glasses and is carrying a large amount of scrolls in a way too small bag. He's got it's kind of just spilling out everywhere, and he's shorter than all of the other elves, and you can definitely tell this is a very old elf, because for an elf to look old, that must mean they are old. As he approaches, he looks at you and he pushes his glasses up the bridge of his nose, and he's like, "You, I've seen one of. I've seen." He begins pulling out scrolls, and he's not saying anything else until he finds a scroll, and it has a picture. Looks like you.
Oh.
Ooh.
Excuse me, sir.
Oh.
Where have you seen this individual?
This person is
Suck my butt.
probably long since gone from our world. This was when I was a boy.
Ooh.
There were many of them. A few still wander the streets if you know where to look, but this one here, and you can tell that it is really well drawn. It looks like an officer of some sort.
Maybe an old
They
lover.
were here at our last defense of this city before we cut contact with all of the other races.
Oh.
They were very good at building fortifications, and their hand-to-hand combat was something to be admired.
Oh, and they had that freaky
I
inset there.
thank you. What is your name, good sir?
I am Olaf. I am
Oh,
a
God, do you like
historian
warm
of these
hugs?
parts. Why, yes.
Damn it, no.
Yes, I love warm hugs.
Alright.
Kill
Well,
me
I
now.
thank you for the information, Olaf.
Can I ask you for a favor?
Yes.
What
Is it for some snow?
what is the name of your species?
Are you missing a cat? I mean, nose.
None of our records tell us.
Our species, we are known as the Shirians.
You see him furiously writing that down, like several different
Continue.
spellings of it, and in several different languages. He writes this down, and he's like, and one more thing. Would you? He pulls out an ink tray, and he's like, I would like your handprint on the bottom of the page.
Touch my page.
So as he
Okay,
holds it up,
yeah.
he's like, and you
Yeah, I go
give
up
the
and just
It's just like a signature,
You-
essentially.
As
Yeah.
you see him roll that up, he pulls out several more to kind of compare them to your hands, and you notice that there's quite a few metamorphoses that you can see exhibited there. Like he said, some of these
Yes,
are
no.
within the last 2 decades. It's strange
Are
how
you
your
OJ?
people
First
seem
time.
to just
Go ahead.
appear here. Almost when we
Orange
need you,
juice.
it seems.
Hmm?
I hope and pray that your presence here does not foretell some calamity
you're a
for this
god.
area.
Oh shit.
As he scoops up his paperwork, he bows low
Uh-huh.
and he says, "Thank you.
Hmm.
Your people have always been kind to us." And then he kind of shuffles off into the distance.
Why?
The little.
Uh,
Oh god. That noise Pedro
He's
made
like,
before he died.
I didn't hear the noise.
and
It
then he
was
died.
essentially just like an ah, and then he was out.
So, a
Yokul
perfectly cut
thinks
string.
to himself about possibly where more of his kind could be since this new piece of information. But now for the
Did you-
fun part.
Oh, yes. Murphy's kind of excused himself from the group of elves, but one of them keeps following him around, kind of like a lost puppy.
I'm gonna kind of step
Oh.
between them. Just kind of glare at the elf.
The elf looks at you. Please, I have not seen anyone work that way before. Let him take me as an apprentice, please. And it's relatively a young elf. You could tell that this one's barely over, like, pubescent, so maybe early 18, 19 years old if it was a human.
How often can elves do magic? Like, does it have to be through runes that elves do magic?
No.
That's specifically me.
I was born with the innate talent. I can call, and he calls light into an orb. He's like, I can call light to my hand. And then he grabs a rock and he squeezes it, and he's like, I can augment my strength. I'm helpful. And it's almost pleading. He's pleading with you. He's like, I'm useful. I can carry a lot of weight.
I'm gonna just kind of look back to Murphy and is like, what do you think?
Murphy kind of gives you a look like you were supposed to save me, but he's like, well, let's see what he can do.
Well, if he's the thing is, the reason I asked if he can do magic is because the only possible way he can do the things that Murphy does is he has to have the ability to control fire. You know, Murphy heats up his own hands, like, literally heats his hands. He has to have some sort of ability with fire, or he's not going to be able to do what Murphy can do whatsoever anyways. That's why I was asking.
He kind of, as you say this, and Murphy kind of nods his head, he's like, wait, I can, and he grabs like a fence post that's kind of lining the street, and you see, it takes a while, and he's breaking a sweat doing it. Like, it is an extreme effort. And he's kind of super focused on it, but you can see that it's barely starting to glow red towards the peak. As he lets go, he's kind of gasping. He's like,
Okay.
I can do it.
No. That will not work for when it comes to heating metal. But how about this? Because from what I can tell, just about... out of character, Can anyone become a druid then, technically? Because tieflings aren't
No.
naturally supposed to be able to do that. Like what Nyx
No,
can do.
Nyx is given special circumstance because of what Nyx is. But to be able to work materials, and the spell that he used is called Heat Object, and it is something that, while at low levels can, heat just a little bit of iron, at high levels you can heat objects across
So he
good
just needs to
distances
learn
and
better.
turn. Yeah, so it's not his strongest suit, but he
So
is
he's gonna
capable of learning it.
Oh, great.
sit
Now you
here.
all say memory low. Fuck that.
She's gonna sit. Stop. Go to bed. She's gonna think a minute and just be like, "You can tag along for now, but I can't necessarily ensure your safety."
He says, "That's okay. I'm not much of a warrior anyway. And he pulls out this pouch and he kind of holds it up like he's super proud of it. And you can tell by looking at it. You may not know all the tools, but these are some really good quality tools, and they look older, like he inherited these tools, and they are much older. But he's like super proud of it. And he's like, I'm not a fighter. I do trades. I craft. I work on things. I tinker.
Hell yeah.
Which is probably why I have the name now that I think about it. But I'm
Name?
useful.
What name in particular?
His arms kind of droop, and he's like, they call me Tink.
Well,
My actual name is Lovea, and that's not a common name anymore. But if you
Lavea.
let me go, I will bring my own food. I can provide trade, but I have to leave this place. Luvea.
Tradesmen would be excellent for any army or any adventurer group. I'd say we let them in.
I'm just worried for his safety is all. Our group tends to get into a lot of particular situations, and hell, even Eden almost died at one point. And
Can I
Eden
walk
Eden
is-
is an elf.
maybe Eden can teach him better magics then.
Go ahead, Ellie. Tell me
Oh,
what's
I almost
happening.
crashed.
What are you doing?
Okay, I still have my mask on the side of my head, don't I?
You still have a what?
I know
Oh,
it
ask.
does sound.
I still have my.
I know it
mask
is
on the side of
dangerous
my
for
head,
our
right?
profession,
Yes.
but trades are, very
What was
essential.
the elf's name?
We have the main trades we
Lavea.
need. I more just kind of want
Or
to help him
Tink,
out, but
for
at the
short.
same time, I'm worried that we're gonna more than likely endanger him than anything. We'll call him
Vea.
Tink if we ever
Are
enter
you sure
the
you
A
wish
realm again.
to travel with us as
Yeah,
I take my
I-
mask and put it on,
I understand that, but
seeing if he knows who I am?
he says he wants to.
Or
He
was.
already knows the risk and,
It's true.
wants to join anyway.
Tink looks at you, and it takes a moment before the dawn of recognition hits his face, and he kind of clutches his tools to his chest, and he says, "You are the
Let me
one.
quickly move my mask off.
You are the one that is talked about in hushed tones. Do you still work on those projects?"
No, not anymore.
He takes a look at your rifle, and he kind of does a quick, like, little 360 around you. Again, his youthful nature is overwhelming his more cautious side as he looks at you and he's like, okay, I can. Will you teach me what you know? Some things that you know, not everything. I'm useful. I can help. But you have skills. And then he points at Murphy, and the big guy has incredible talent. And Murphy kind of leans over and he's like, "It's not talent.
I'm gonna snicker as
skill."
well. It's not that either. I'm gonna snicker at him, just like, sure it is,
Murphy's
Murphy.
gonna give you the dirtiest look. He's like, "Pfft."
You got all that from a fucking wish, so don't even.
I'll have you know, the wish was just to make sure I stayed the best.
No, it was to make you the best. Thank you very much. Don't think I forgot.
I already was
I'm
the
gonna
best.
be-
I
You
wanted
wish
insurance.
to be the best.
Fine. I wish to be the best, but you cannot deny my skill.
That's
And we come back, we're gonna pause here, and we're going back to you, Yokel. And
Yeah.
Murphy looks at you, and he's like, "And what can I do for you, my dimensional friend?"
You see, my battle partner needs armor.
Duck armor.
He kind of scratches his
Better
face
than
for a minute.
the
and he's,
little ring around its neck.
Technically, it's goose
You-
armor.
We took the ring off.
you have, in fairness, you do have a good battle partner. Apparently, it was slaying Faye like it was out of style. Well,
Should
I
give it some blades on
suppose
its side so it can just like nick people's ankles while it runs past.
Oh no,
I
I was thinking.
suppose it is in my power to make something for him. Although I've not done such delicate work before. What do you have in mind?
I want it to be as knight's armor before the goose.
Outstanding. Murphy begins clapping his hands. He's like, "You know what? That is exactly something I can do."
Mhm.
And he's like, what medals do you have?" And Tink runs over and just kind of dumps a bag of random medals out in front of Murphy on the ground. He's like, I have gold, I have silver, there's iron in here. There's a little bit of Stalrim and some adamantine. And it's just continuously pouring out. He's like, Murphy holds up a hand and he kind of pats him on the chest. "It's all right. We can do with the gold, we can do with the iron and the adamantine, and
I don't know that Iron suggested. You gotta remember, we have a Fade currently traveling with us now.
Oh, dude,
Murphy
make it
kind of-
anti-fade. Just let it go to
You wanna
work.
make it anti-Fade?
they will.
No, I'm joking.
Thou shalt ceases to tread upon the goose. The goose will
Joy
not be
shall
tread
never
upon
touch
any
the
longer.
goose.
And he says,
That's
"Don't
funny.
worry, I've got a way around it." And he sits down and he kind of crosses his legs, and he kind of motions for you, Yokel, and Tink to sit down. And Tink sits down, and he's got his hands on his thighs, and he's just kind of like staring intently.
He's got his hands on his thighs and he's staring intently.
Like intently looking at Murphy. He's like, "The first thing you're gonna have to do is properly learn how to channel your magic into heat. What you did with the fence post was sloppy, and you were trying to heat up the entire fence. When in reality, and Murphy takes one finger and he kind of pushes it against the first like lump of steel and iron and adamantine, and he kind of starts mixing them together. He's like, but in reality, if you can channel all the heat that you've got into one finger, you can mix it all. And then he takes the gold and just a little bit of the silver, and he begins stirring that in. And he grabs it. He's like, and it hurts. Your hands will burn until you get used to it. But he begins shaping. Like he grabs Yenna and he pulls her close and he's looking at her head. And then he begins shaping a perfect little helm. And he takes and folds out more little squares of this mixture of metal and begins making like little neck armor, kind of little plates on the back of the neck that go all the way
A
down.
goose and a bug.
Yeah.
It's gonna look like a little dragon almost.
He begins plating
Little lizard.
a
It's a goose.
kind of like a cowl and attaches that to the neck plates, and this cowl goes around the edge of his of Yenna's wing on both sides before finally he pleats them back together with like a dragon scale pattern all the way down the back of the duck or the goose.
Hey,
And it's his last little, because he had some leftover effort, he forms two little boots. Two tiny little webbed boots. And begins
Webbed
cooling
boots.
them off before he installs the boots.
Webbed boots.
He kind of gestures at Yenna and he's like, well,
God, none of us have devil
give it a
fruit powers.
stretch. And Yenna stretches her wings up wide. Gives him a flap. And does a little jump, but it's kind of heavy. It's heavy. So she can fly, but not as well as she used to. It'll take some time to become acquainted.
Gonna need some jet engines for that plane.
As she lands, you can hear little tink 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 as she walks around in her boots.
She's waddling away.
And you get to play Yenna for this part. Is Yenna happy with this armor?
Just comes
No,
back with an
no.
RPG.
Alright. Real question though. For the helmet, does the visor flip up? Or
It
you know.
does indeed. It's kind of like as it rests on her beak, it can be opened up and give full like view of Yenna's face.
Alright, I'm gonna peel back the visor and just go, what do you think? And Yenna's just gonna honk happily. I was gonna use another word, but I forgot it.
Murphy is like, oh, wait a minute, I forgot something. And Murphy walks over to Yenna's helmet, and he begins heating it up just a little bit at a time, and begins making sharp little wrap down teeth as he stretches the cowl of the helmet to where it covers her top beak, and it's got like little sharp points on it now. It can still fold up, but now it looks like Yenna has very angry little teeth. Every suit of armor
this
should
is
have
cool.
its weapon.
That is perfect.
Now,
Got me a gun.
as Murphy stands up and Tink begins sweeping everything into his bag again, he was like, that was so cool. He's kind of gushing, and Murphy's like, you know, he's eating it up. He's like, no, stop. Tell me more. Please. Tell me how cool I am.
You're not
Stop.
actually
Don't
cool.
tell me how cool I am. Stop. It makes me self-conscious.
Stop.
Nah,
Tell
you
me
don't need
again.
to tell the old man how cool he is. He took all that from a
He
genie.
He already knows.
He took all those skills from a genie.
As you're saying this, he kind of is just like, shh, let him speak. I must hear how cool I am.
Just bite his fingers. Lose the fingies.
Alright.
As this continues,
I'm gonna teach
Yokel, do
Taylor
you
the
have
greatness of
anything?
urban foraging.
You yokel!
You got a gun for me?
Dude.
Ah. No, I
Please
haven't
tell
made
me
one
at
yet.
least
I
one
know
of
what the
y'all
fuck I'm
understand
making.
what that means.
What are you
Look up
making?
what a 7-bore is.
Alright. My next goal
A
for
what?
Yenna.
7-bore blunderbuss. Look it up.
My
oh
next
my
goal for
god,
Yenna.
damn, that's you only get one shot. You have to reload every time you shoot that.
Oh yeah, it's a one-shot thing, and it's not magical at all. Also, it's very inaccurate at long range, even mid-range.
Oh yeah. Okay, so it's like a shotgun that you have to reload.
It
It is
fires
the
one bullet.
original shotgun.
Great.
You can load it with
going to
silverware or
You can-
anything.
It can
I'm
be
going
loaded
to
with
teach Kalar the greatness of
Fun,
urban
like a
foraging.
portable cannon?
buckshot.
So it's a portable cannon. That's cool.
The realization
I
hits.
my talk with the elf, which I forgot. What
Urban.
elf
Is that
names are.
just. What is
Looting
that?
garbage.
What?
That's looting through
No!
trash.
What?
Urban foraging is stealing
No.
and looting through people's garbage.
It's stealing. You go
Alright.
around stealing. That's what
Proto.
they were referring to.
Listen.
Stealing from stores and shit as now.
Next.
It was a
next
joke.
thing for the
Oh.
duck. Or, sorry, for Yenna, the goose. I want to somehow
It's a
teach it
goose.
magic missile.
Oh god.
Magic missile?
Yeah,
Hold
magic
on.
missile.
Do you know magic missile?
It's just a goose.
I do not. I want to find someone who knows it to teach
Oh
it
good god.
to the goose.
Question.
You're leaving? Oh, what's up?
Can I
What is
go
your
to
question?
the elven smith? And I need to get another sword
Either that or
that I can it'll be easier to imbue with
Talk with the elf, which I forgot.
And we're gonna go over here.
Oh good lord. This is tiring. Can I get off of this? Actually, can we just turkey? Turn turkey. And we'll switch back over to red. Sorry, guys. Oh my god. This is really starting to get on my nerves. We're almost back in.
sizes and functions, so to speak. You want to go there? Go look at the chains?
I'm gonna go to each chain and try and imbue it with as much hellfire as I can, and like test them out.
In this elven woman's shop,
Wooden
you're gonna
shop.
do that? It's a
I
wooden
mean, I'm
shop.
gonna take them off the wall and
Okay.
like see if it reacts or anything.
So, each chain you grab, you can tell is built differently. There's some that look just like a regular chain that you would see on a ship. There are some that have smaller links inside the bigger links, and the bigger links make the extent of the chain. And there's one chain that has like a razor sharp edge on each of the larger links. And inside is a bunch of gold wire wrapping around a spiked kind of like the spikes protrude. Give me a pin. I got a doodle. May I have a pin? Thank you.
There you go.
So
Where are the other pins at? They all go.
you have the chain that looks like this, and it's got a bunch of little links in it, and they're kind of just chaotically thrown together. And then you got the big link and a bunch of little links in it. You've got the one that has like razor blade style, and inside is the spikes that go all directions.
It's like barbed wire almost.
Yeah, kind of a barbed wire looking thing. And you have one that starts large,
So it's barbed
And-
wire and
gets progressively
wire.
smaller, and it has gold wire and filigree. They all have gold wire and filigree wrapped around it, but this one is stocked up with gold wire and filigree all the way through it, and it's heavy, like super heavy. But whereas this one is kind of a medium weight, and this one is just your standard weight. It's pretty lightweight.
How's this one react?
Roll me a d20 2 times.
11 and
So
2.
13 will tell you that as you imbue your fire into this one, the spikes begin glowing red, and it starts smoking like a black smoke from it. And the razor edge doesn't get any of the fire to it.
And I bet if I had a higher roll, then that would be different.
Possibly, yes.
Okay, well then I'll get this one.
So as you
Dude,
walk
this
over,
goose is gonna be packing some serious heat. I'm not gonna lie.
Battle Goose is
Oh,
for
yeah.
real, bro. So as you take and you bring the chain over, it's still kind of smoldering a little bit, and you set it on the counter. The elven woman behind the counter looks at you, looks back down, looks at you as you're fully skeleton wearing a captain's hat, and she kind of clutches some sort of pendant around her neck, and she's like, and what the hell are you?
A
And what do you
customer.
want? Immediately, her tone changes, and she's like, "Oh, really? Okay. So is this all you want?
Yes, this
Is
is
there
it.
anything else I could get
Hey,
you?"
could you, in fact, maybe scribe some runes into this to help me imbue it with more hellfire?
I can't do any rune etchings, but I tell you what I can do. If you'll leave this here, and for another 35 gold, on top of the 850 for this lovely piece, if you leave it here for another 35 gold, I will take and I will weave more gold and copper filaments through it, and that should help channel your magics a little bit better.
Cool.
By
Sounds
like a
good.
good bit.
I'll go get my money.
As you turn to walk away, she's like, before I do all this work, payment must be given.
Okay, you know,
She's
stay
like,
here for 2 seconds. I'm just gonna
she
run
kinda-
out, go to you, or you, who has the money. Who? Hello?
Who has the money?
You have the
Is
money.
it me? I
This
do.
probably
Yeah, it's in your
you,
bank
How
account.
much
you,
money do we have?
You, the one
I gotta
with
look,
the
hold on.
money.
It's like
I forget how much money we have.
4,275 or something.
5,600. Technically, y'all should all have your own little bit on you.
You know what? Cool. I'm gonna pay the $8.35 to this lady.
As you set the gold on the counter, it's kind of like a heaping pile, and her eyes get pretty big, and she's like, "Right, I'll see you in a few hours." And she slams door down. Roll me an evasion.
Oh, yeah.
Damn.
You just paid $8.35 for
10
what?
perfectly evaded, just like. Wait,
It
is this
barely
paying me off?
misses the tips of your bony fingers, and you're like, "Well."
Rude.
It was a single weapon that I'm
It
sure
is a good
Murphy could
weapon.
have made.
Eh.
You paid
Much better, but whatever.
835 gold for that?
Yeah. Yeah. Helps the local businesses.
Okay, never mind. He's not
Elven
getting
craftsmanship
he's not getting
is
the blunderbuss.
Nah.
Elven craftsmanship is nothing to sneeze at, and you will see a good demonstration of that.
Murphy apparently put
Shortly.
together something from their ancient times. So, I don't know.
Well, they only got better with time. So as this goes on, Nyx, we're gonna swap the camera lens back to you. What are you doing?
I'm assuming we still have time before the lords or whatever are ready for us, correct?
Who put
Yes,
broccoli
you have
on my chair?
just a little bit of time.
Does Murphy have any other swords on him?
I do. I still
Can
have
I
those 2
borrow?
swords and 2 spears.
Can I borrow a
Yeah,
sword?
go ahead.
I'm
He
gonna
also
take one
has
of the
2 swords
swords
from
and I'm
me.
going to take Kalar out into an open area and try to
Swing
start
at
to
him!
train him.
Try and kill him!
No.
Outstanding. So to put in perspective what Kalar's sword looks like, it's a leaf, a leaf, a leaf,
Can you make a gun, please, still?
a leaf,
I'll give you my
leaf,
money to manage.
a leaf, leaf, leaf.
Yeah, I did not have this on
And-
my mind whatsoever.
And it
Okay.
opens up at the bottom like a blooming flower. And it comes down. And from this
Did you look
side,
up what I said
where his fingers are, is a
Blunderbuss?
wide band
a 7 bore.
that comes around and protects his
The
fingers.
7-bore.
But it's about
Okay.
as tall as Kalar's torso.
Is
Where's the
Kentucky
fuck-
Ballistic? No, it wasn't Kentucky Ballistic. Who did I
Okay,
watch that?
okay.
And this, like, it's a short sword, but it's still a sword.
I don't think it was Kentucky Ballistic. It's not Kentucky Ballistics. No.
Where the fuck is my phone?
And
Short
he
to
walks
us,
out.
maybe, not necessarily short to him.
Okay, it's called a.
To Kalar, this
something.
is a perfect
There we
fit
go.
weapon, yes.
A 7
That is a
what?
battle goose. That is a fucking battle goose. Egg protector fit.
Six
It's 6
eggs.
eggs.
Yes, it is Kentucky Ballistics.
Did you
Hell
just
yeah.
It's a 7 what?
engineer
The 7
your battle
bore,
goose into a droid? That's a
B-O-R-E.
warforged.
Blunderbuss.
That's a warforged.
I'm just thinking about it.
Yeah, that
If
that
you
would
find the
be
person
The only
to do
my
it.
issue-
category.
the only issue about
Me and
Nyx
Murphy, pretty much.
teaching Kalar how to sword fight is that Nyx herself doesn't really know how to use a sword.
I would fall underneath Ellie. Or not Ellie. Yeah.
It
Yes,
If you
would.
it's a
want to,
portable
I can
cannon. I love it.
I was
train
about
her
to
in
say
sword
someone
fighting.
else's name by accident.
I do
This
have
is
a
also
history
true.
of.
Nyx uses daggers and not even that very often. She's usually using magic.
Mm-hmm.
This one wants to go spend time with the uncle, possibly get high.
Uncle?
Go get high.
Oh,
Huh?
IRL?
Yeah.
That's okay, hon. If you want to go do stuff, you go do stuff.
You gotta
Have
take
the
your headset with
fun.
you.
Are
so
you
listen in.
okay if we continue here? And we'll
Yeah.
drag you along.
Okay.
How far longer are you guys going on?
Probably for a while. If y'all are up for it, because I've got a lot of stuff we can do.
I'm gonna
Still a
say,
lot of stuff
Yeah.
up here.
You don't have school tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm available till
Yeah, I know, but
a certain somebody
if you guys...
gets on, but I'm good.
Well, if you guys are still playing for a while, I'm probably gonna join back. Much more elevated.
Oh, good.
By all means, hon, go have fun.
Honestly, if I wasn't already sick, I'd probably be drinking as well.
I can't drink because I don't have anything to drink, which is a tragedy.
I
And
have
I can't
things
get
to
high.
drink.
God damn!
What?
Y'all going
Stop
to
doing
drink
that!
me. Stop doing
I didn't do
that.
shit. What do you mean?
Broccoli.
Oh, sorry.
Dude, I am.
Broccoli be
I didn't
gone.
realize that tagged you. I'm sorry.
All right.
You're good.
So as you all kind of,
I'll be back.
at first it's just you and Kalar out there, and you're making your best attempt at it. You're teaching him proper form, how to hold the sword, and
A little bit she
I'll say
knows.
Yokel and Ellie, both of y'all take notice to this, and do y'all want to go try to, have a little class, sit down, do proper sword fighting techniques?
So it's been a minute
Yes.
since Ellie has tried to use her sword to teach.
Are you gonna use your sword is the question, though, Ellie.
Hell, drag
God
fucking.
damn it.
What's his
God
name
bless you.
again?
Tink.
What's his actual name? Livea?
Lavea.
Yeah.
Yeah, drag him in on this. It's like, he's gonna need to know how to defend himself as well. Might as well just. Alright, everybody.
Alright, come on, Livea.
Time for
Follow.
sword fighting lessons. And we're just, mind you, we're doing this,
So-
like, technically in the most open area, but, like, we're still just in the middle of the city.
Yeah,
Mhm.
and that's fine.
Before
like
we
dirt-
do the
dirt
sword
patch.
lesson, though, can I revert back into my regular brute form before we do this? Otherwise,
Yes,
I'm
you
just
can.
gonna be. Alright, cool.
Can we find a dirt patch
I'm
to
not
do
gonna
this
make
in?
you roll for it because
Not just
this
in the
is your
street.
inherent ability.
Yeah.
Y'all have found a open meadow. Hold on, let me change the map. Y'all have
Wrong
found
map.
like a not a meadow.
Cavern. Hell, water, desert, cave.
There we go.
grass.
Y'all found an open meadow,
In the middle of the city.
and you and Kalar are right here. This is gonna be fun because I was always hoping that y'all would be like, I want to do a training thing. Beautiful. And you
I
and
wanted to do
Kalar
a
are
training
standing
thing a
here.
while ago, actually.
Well, it's the only
And
way
this
for
is
Kalar to
we'll get to it.
learn.
Mm-hmm.
This is Kalar for the examples of teaching.
Not to mention, I'm gonna teach him how to forage. It's been a little while since I've done some foraging. She knows how to do foraging.
And as
That's not something difficult for her.
yeah, that's not a roll. Just roll to see what's there. But y'all begin. You begin by teaching, the proper stance, not to cross your legs.
Hold on, I got the perfect song for this. No, I can't play music because of the
Let's
video.
get down to business.
No,
Just kidding.
well, yes,
No.
but no. I was
Oh,
gonna
dude, I
play
love that
the.
song.
Feet,
Hold on.
the Huns.
The Huns.
Stop. This.
They popped out of the snow like daisies.
Like that. You're popping out of the snow.
This
like
song. Hold on.
daisies.
I'm gonna pull it up if I can find it.
You're copyright.
Alright. I took a
We're not
couple
making
pictures.
any money off of these videos, so even if they do copyright it, they can't do anything. Just really.
Yeah.
It's like, do you not have ads?
I won't play the whole thing.
So good.
Hold on.
It is beautiful.
With your stance. Remember, you do it for him.
Hold on.
Keep your stance
This
wide.
part.
Oh, it's this
Your
one.
body lowered. As you're moving forward, balance is the key. Right foot, left foot. Now go even faster.
Okay, we'll just leave it at that. But yeah, that's what I imagine as we're teaching.
I forgot
And
about that
yes,
song.
as this begins, Ellie, you walk over, as well as Yokel, and
I'll deal with Tink.
yes, I need a figure for Tink. Oh
I was
boy,
gonna say, we don't have Tink yet.
big crew.
So many fun characters.
We do. I like it though. And this will be.
But what weapon does Tink use?
I imagine he doesn't.
Tink's
have
gonna
whole
use a
lot on
hammer.
him, though.
Tink.
He's also
This
a
is
dev.
Tink.
Kind of.
This is Tink. More
We
of
end
a
up having to
tradesfolk.
reuse some characters for different NPCs, anyways, so it's not a big deal.
So Tink's over here, and Ellie, you're gonna be right here doing the teaching for Tink. And our great drill and ceremonial instructor is going to just be here. And Murphy is going to take notice of this. And he's going to take the sword
You know
out
what?
of
I will be
Tink's
right back.
hands because Tink is alright. Tink's carrying a short sword. And Murphy's like, no. And he walks over and he's like, this is bad. And he just kind of melts the sword down. And he begins twisting it into a long, small handle or small head warhammer. He's like, you're gonna work with me. We use hammers here. And he hands him the hammer and he's like measuring it up. And he's like, he begins making small modifications to it, and he makes the head of the hammer a diving falcon. And he's like, there we go. An artistic piece, or an artistic apprentice, I suppose. And as he
Just gonna
hands
kinda
this hammer
snicker at
back,
them.
you can see Tink is just like kind of gushing about this. Like, somebody who's basically
Somebody's
done
has a
real fucking.
crush.
Murphy's going to throw something at you. Roll D10. It's
Roll
a wet
chunk
rag.
of gold.
I'm
Oh.
gonna
It's
throw
a
it back.
wet rag, and it manages to like wrap around your face, and you may throw it back. Yes.
Yes.
This is so goofy.
And it hits Murphy and wraps around his face. For Murphy, kind of wipes his face off, and he puts it back in its pouch. As you begin, instruct them. Yokel, you will
Keep your body low.
give the first instructions.
As you're moving forward, keep your
Okay.
eyes on
Can I just roll for it? Because honestly, I know nothing about actual sword-on-sword combat.
Body
that is
lowered.
quite all right. Roll
Keep
for
a
it.
general balance.
But because you have a militant background, you get a +5 to that roll.
Balance is key.
Oh, 9.
Ellie would also have a that
Militant
kind of
background. So you will also get a +5. As Murphy grabs Tink, because Murphy's like, Ellie, I love you. However, the boy is going to learn to use a hammer. Because if he wants
That's
to work
fine.
with me, he's going to learn to use a hammer. But he pushes.
And how long have you been in? How many times have you been in combat within the past few years?
In the past few years, most people get the point after I smash one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, by all
Fine.
means,
Do you have
you're
another hammer?
welcome. Do you have something you're willing to sacrifice? I can make
I
another
have my
one.
other sword and 2 spears.
Hand me the 2 spears. I want to see if I can do something.
He's gonna try to like reform them together.
As
This is perfectly
you hand
Because-
Murphy the 2 spears. Go ahead.
Just because Ellie has the weapons that she has right now does not mean she hasn't used any other weapon.
Ooh.
As you hand him the 2 spears, he slams them together in his hands and kind of crushes them into like that glowing material that he forms everything from. And he begins making a about your size heavy wooden warhammer. And on each side of the hammer there is a steel cap with a spike on it. And he's like, this seems to be more your speed. As he hands it to you, you notice that it's very lightweight.
Sounds like Murphy's
and it
mocking
seems
you.
pretty sturdy.
As Ellie grabs this weapon, can
What was
she
it, that
spin it around
random
her
tree
body?
place?
Roll me a dexterity. It's a low level dexterity. You just need a 3. Roll for it.
Which dice?
A D20.
Big dice.
You said I just
Outstanding.
needed a 3,
Called it.
right?
Yeah,
Dude.
called that shit. Called that shit from a million miles away. As you grab the hammer, you spin it around. The weight is perfectly balanced. And as you keep spinning it and bring it back around in front of you, Murphy gives you a nod of approval. And he's like, see, maybe you should drop the swords and just take the hammer. It's a good look for you. You can't have many problems when
Whack him
everything's
in
a
the back
nail.
of the head with it.
As Ellie looks at him, she says, I'd prefer my swords that I used to have. But this will do.
So, you're gonna walk over to Tink now. And while this training session's going on, he rolled a 9. Go ahead and roll again. You get +5 to it. So you've got a 10 this time. And you're going around and you're correcting posture. You're telling them not to lower their head when they make a swing. You're telling them to keep eye contact. And with a gentler touch, you're showing Kalar not to lock his elbows. And, you know, how
Don't
to
lock
keep his
your
feet
knees
apart. Don't lock
Yeah.
your knees, don't lock your elbow, and you kind of want to be in like a little bit of a crouch. And you kind of put one massive hand on Kalar's shoulder, and you just push until his legs kind of are bent to the right spot, and he's like about right there. And we're gonna swap back over here to Ellie, Tink, and Ellie, Tink,
Would I
and
have an
Murphy.
advantage over Tink right now?
You would, but we're gonna demonstrate something for Tink. So Murphy's gonna pull his long warhammer off his back, and it's gonna kind of like channel just a little bit, so it's got a spark to it. And he's gonna roll a D20, but he doesn't get the +5 modifier, okay? He has a militant background, but Murphy's doing this to train. So what's going to happen is he's going to be like, see how long you can withstand these blows and try to parry as many as you can. So his first swing is a 20. Okay. As he swings
Down
towards
immediately.
you, roll your d20 +5. You can do it. I believe in you.
You've got it. You've got it.
You expect me to hit a 20?
You can hit a 20.
Anything higher than a 20.
15
You
or
haven't
16
used the hammer
should do
very
it.
often. Yeah,
15,
you're
16.
fine. Come on, hun. Do it for the vine.
Bruh!
So you bring up your hammer just in time to block it, and Murphy pulls back at the last second. And he says, maybe you should lead the dance, and I will demonstrate. So you roll your attack.
Jeez.
Roll your attack.
I'm gonna throw a pebble at Murphy's
Hit the D20.
head.
What?
I'm gonna make you sound awesome. Let me do this.
I'm gonna throw a pebble at Murphy.
I hate the nat 20.
The
Also,
nat 20's gone.
Murphy is bigger than me, correct?
Yes. That's why he's like, we'll
Like,
change and
elves
let
are
you lead the
normally not
dance.
that strong. They mostly have advantage in speed and agility, which is what I'm going to have to be using here.
Yes.
Because I'm already stronger than Tink. So
13. As you bring your hammer up, you spin it fast. A little bit faster than what Murphy was expecting, but at the last second, he spins the haft of
I'm
his
swinging
hammer.
upwards.
Okay. Wait a minute. Hold on. It's a little faster. Alright, yeah, that'll work. It was a little faster than he expected. And he spins his hammer head down and kind of tries to impact the head of your hammer, but he kind of missed, and it sends a little bit of a jarring shock through the handle towards him before he spins his hammer back around, and he's like, very good. Speed is, strength may not be your strong suit, but you make up for it in speed.
I'm not done.
Again. Go ahead, roll again.
Why? Stop tracking my fingers! Stop that!
That 5 doesn't count because you were trying to do stuff.
Okay, so how did my attack go?
You spun it upwards, and he was able to, like, bring the hammerhead down on the handle of the hammer, and it shocked him a little bit,
So it
and
hit
he's
the
like,
hammer.
very good. Yeah, he hit the handle.
Then I'm going to allow the momentum to push myself and behind myself, over top of me, and down.
Roll for it. 15. 2. Murphy kind of is amazed at how quick you are. So he kind of, as he brings his hammer out in front of him, he's kind of bringing it back
Polearms
up.
are one of my favorite weapons.
Not y'all.
One of them.
Talking dogs.
He brings his hammer back up just in time to see yours, and he's gonna try to step out of the way, but he places his hammer above his head as you're bringing it around. Well, about to his ribs, and you clang off of the handle, and he spins his hammer around slowly a few times, and he's like, that kinda hurt. Go ahead, and as he parries you back, all of this information, book out, a notebook, he is writing and scribbling it down. He
haven't
is
moved at all.
studying.
I'm about to make this much more complicated for you and me.
Alright, go ahead.
So I've swung down, correct? And I've hit
Yes.
his hammer.
You hit his hammer, and the shock has kind of hurt his hand.
And this is on the left side of my body. So I'm going to
Yes.
dash left and swing the hammer around with me, counterclockwise. And as I do that, I'm going to dash to Murphy's.
It would
To
be his
Murphy's
right.
left. Oh, his left. Because I dashed
his
to
left.
my right,
You're right, his
and I'm
left.
spinning. So I'm also
Yes.
turning, so I need to go to his right, and I'm pretty much swinging the hammer to my right arm to go to his backside.
Alright. Roll for it.
Oh, that's
You got
even.
a 16 and 16. As Murphy, just as fast, but maybe a little bit faster, turns and he swings his hammer. And both heads of the hammers impact one another.
Say
And
every
it's a
hit you do,
deafening
I'm going
gong.
to use the momentum that gets pushed from my hammer to swing around the other way,
Alright.
or to swing it. But I have thought about using stuff like this a lot.
By all means, I like it. So as you're pirouetting around, Murphy's doing the same. And he's picking up a little bit of speed. Go ahead and roll your attack. As you swung back around.
Fuck.
Are you alright? We're gonna pause this for a second while you recover from your wound.
What the
And
fuck?
we're gonna go
Why
back
does that
to
happen?
Nyx and Kalar. Yokel, roll me a d20 plus 5 for me real quick. 11s. So you
up by
and
one.
Kalar are finally at the phase where you are actively engaging one another. And you kind of do a little lunge at Kalar, and Kalar parries it, and he kind of does a little lunge at you. And as that happens, roll me a d20 2 times. The first one's for Kalar. The second one's for you. As he makes contact with you with this sword, you feel a slight bit of electricity go through your body. Immediately upon noticing this, Kalar comes to check on you. And he is like, "Oh my god, are you okay?" And, you know, he's kind of, like, he's holding his sword, and he's, like, waving his arms. He's like, "I didn't mean it." But he's desperately trying to make sure that he did not actually hurt you. And the glow that Murphy had imbued it with earlier is slightly diminished.
You can channel magic through it. Interesting.
That being said,
This is gonna be a bad idea. I'm gonna take his sword and kind of channel some of that electricity, you know, when I do my little lightning spells. Kind of channel that electricity into the sword.
alright, roll me a d20. You'll succeed no matter what. So, with your magical background, and given that this is a training environment, that's a plus 5. So you have a 9, and you begin pulling that blue-green lightning from your hand, and you're like, as you grab the top leaf of his sword between your finger and your thumb, you begin pushing that lightning down in there where it mixes with Murphy's gold lightning and begins arcing, giving a heavy static sound, like a low-level bzzz through the blade.
I'm going.
Murphy,
Oh, go ahead.
go ahead. No, you first.
I'm going to take Kalar and kind of have my arms around him, so I'm showing him. I'm gonna have him swing and see if he can channel it as a spell alone, like without striking anything.
Alright, so you'll roll for Kalar on this. Roll a d20. Nice. And with your guidance, I'll give him a +5. So as you guide him through swinging the sword, and you're kind of talking to him, telling him what to do, as he swings his sword, you notice that a bolt, like a little wave of electrical energy, is discharged from all of the leaves upon the on the swing, and it travels for a few feet and begins to droop down to the ground.
He just got a gun. That's funny.
It's an expensive gun, but it's an interesting concept. Murphy, Yokel, roll me a d20.
He's just like, I don't know about this
+6.
magic shit.
You're a little thrown off by the magic. It's not new to you, but seeing it come off of a sword's a little weird. But you kind of correct posture, and you're giving them, pointers on how to deal with a parry that fails and things like that. And you tell them, sometimes the best thing to do is let a blow hit.
Yeah.
Especially if you know you can take it. And as this goes on, you will notice that there is an elf kind of just standing nearby with his arms folded in his sleeves. He's just kind of watching.
Have we all taken notice to this?
No, just Yokel. Back to you, Ellie. Bonka. You and Murphy are still going at it, and he's picked up speed.
What?
Roll your d20.
What happened?
You
Okay, so
and Murphy are still dueling. Y'all
what
have both
stance are
spun
we in
away
right
from
now?
me. As your hammers collided, y'all have both spun away from it. It's like he's picking up how you're fighting.
Yeah, but I'm fighting without using magic right now.
Yes.
Which,
He's picking up your hand-to-hand style with no magical influence.
do I... With what, oh god, what is his name? I forgot his name.
Murphy?
The Fae. With the Fae, did that give me a little more control with my magic to where it wouldn't become wild magic as much?
Roll me a d20.
Oh, you're talking about Oberon.
Told
I
you
don't know
once
his
you
name.
did the deal. Because you did the deal, he was taking the memory away from you. Y'all thought I was joking. I actually went in there and I was like, give me that shit back.
Nope.
Oh no, I never
have it.
memorized his name in the first place.
I have it written down. But I also have what we're supposed to
I mean,
call
I
him
could have
written
had
down.
Ellie write it down in the book, in her book, real quick, but I felt like that would be cheating.
Thinking
Metagaming.
quickly.
Cheating to a Fae.
You inscribe a few runes into it with your fingernails. It's like second nature to you. You can do this blindfolded, but you inscribe a few runes, and tell me, what effect are you going for? What would you like to have happen? Because it's not wild magic. You succeeded.
Remember, we're just training.
You can do a speed boost, you can do lightning, you can do fire, you can do lots of things you can imbue this hammer with.
Momentum steal.
Momentum steal, so each blow it gets a little faster and faster, so you're going to increase your speed. However, Murphy's going to roll a perception and you roll your d20 again. He doesn't notice you do this, but actually no, he doesn't notice that you've done this. So as you're spinning, make your swing.
Say momentum steal. From what I'm thinking of, is it will steal the momentum of my opponent, little by little.
Ooh, that's a dangerous game.
Until end of combat.
A dangerous game, but by all means.
Just try not to become a Beyblade with this damn thing.
That's what I was about to say. You're gonna impact that hammer one too many times, and across the field you go. Go ahead, roll that attack.
Why? Why? Get off of me.
Murphy's no, here.
For some reason,
just shoved into the ground.
Is this a character we had
Head
on the
memory
first.
just sparked, but we had a couple
I don't
guys
know.
in my high school
Where did this person come
just
from?
bring a Beyblade stadium, and they started doing Beyblades like in the middle of hallways and all that.
Okay, so he's supposed to be on the board?
Yeah, he's supposed to be. I mean, I don't blame him. Beyblades are cool. Roll your d20.
13.
Murphy perfectly anticipates
13,
plus 5,
18.
18. So Murphy perfectly predicts where your next blow will come from. And as the hammers collide, once again, face to face on the hammers, Murphy kind of slows down a little bit, and you see him start
From
to
which
frown.
direction?
Y'all hit on the right, so now y'all are spinning left. Y'all have perfectly, once again, hit hammers and spun away from each other. Murphy kind of...
I'm planting my feet and spinning, turning... Hold on. I have to actually stand up and show this movement real quick. I don't think I can continue to speak these movements. Hold on. I need hammer. Okay, so... Which direction did you say he was? Or we were spinning?
So, hold on. I'll demonstrate. So, this is a hammer for training purposes. So, as y'all spun, he collided with your hammer, and he spun back this way.
And Ellie is spinning like that.
Alright, roll
And
that attack.
my body is still facing this way somewhat.
Roll that attack.
Let me unspin myself. 4, so that's
9.
9. We're even.
Murphy drops his warhammer because he can't dodge in time. And you see, like, the ghostly after image of a dragon with both claws grabbing your hammer. And he slowly pushes it back towards you. He's like, that will be quite enough. And as this happens, you can hear a
Did I
slow
impress Murphy?
clap. You did. You almost hit him in the face with a warhammer.
Ooh.
Apologies,
So
Murphy. Might have gotten a little carried away.
he says, not at all, not at all. It's good to see somebody else who can use a hammer just as well as everything else, actually. But Murphy and everybody kind of turns to the sound of clapping as an elf wearing very, like, high-tier clothing walks into the meadow. And y'all notice that y'all gathered quite a crowd as y'all are training. And
Bullshit.
he takes a look at all of you, and he looks at the Fae, because Lady Joy at some point has arrived back at the meadow with you guys. And Eden is there, as well as Combat Goose Yenna. And Yenna is the one that draws the most attention from this very much so noble. And he says, I am certainly hoping that you are the ones Ardwin told me we're here to bring peace and not war. He looks pointedly at you, Ellie, and his eyes kind of squint for a moment before he shakes his head and he
I'm
continues.
gonna turn to where my left side's facing him so he doesn't see the mask.
Alright. As all of this occurs, he's like, I bid you welcome to Do Weldon Varden. This is our home, and we have been here for centuries upon centuries. Now tell me, I'm told this peace treaty has already been signed by another two parties.
3.
Technically 3.
3 parties? You managed to get the dwarves to unite.
They were the first.
Yeah.
That is truly an achievement. You must teach me how you have done this at some point, because for many years we have tried.
Them.
You use violence to negotiate peace.
I did, yes. But I also kind of hatched a dragon with lightning in front of them and then punched one of them with lightning, so... Yeah. Yes, I did.
That's...
They weren't listening.
Right. Well, I assure you I will be most receptive. Where's the dragon?
Technically standing behind Nyx currently. Okay, Laura.
He kind of tilts his head to look, and I feel like Kalar's gonna give kind of like a little, hey. Then he's gonna look around at everybody, and he's like, ah. Upon seeing Yokel, he runs up, and he's like, truly, your people have always been welcomed in this city. And I'm grateful to have one who still walks in the daylight among us. For some reason, your people have seemed to more or less kind of fade from our fair city, and we do not hold that against them, but they have many times over demonstrated their willingness to help in any way they could. You are always welcome here, and I greet you.
I thank you, sir. What's your name? I'm sorry.
How rude of me. I beg your pardon. I am Emissary Hollowrock of the Elven High Courts. I am the highest member of the High Court pertaining to political matters.
Definitely did not spell that correctly, but oh well.
I am Yokel.
Bows low.
Oh,
no, go ahead.
You go. Alright, I'm just gonna say, I am Yokel. I am lead commander of the what I here. Let me see. Oh yeah, I am the lead commander of the 110th Heavens Charge Division.
The 110th Heavens Charge. His face screws up in a look of, like, concentration, like he's trying to recall hearing that before because it sounds familiar. And you're the lead commander? But you don't look a
Yes,
day in past your prime.
Boys, stop.
It has been a long time since we have seen any of the 110th. A few hundred years at
interesting.
least. They're still here. On occasion they'll come through the city, but we have not seen them for some time. Especially wearing the colors that you wear now.
That is interesting because our colors have, from what I've heard, these colors that I'm wearing have always been the standard issue color for hundreds, maybe thousands of years.
What about the livery of black and silver? I've seen many times those colors come through here. It has been a few decades since the last one came through. And longer still since the ones you wear now.
That is
There
definitely...
are tombs dedicated to the ones who fell in battle in our aid. And perhaps you should look upon those at your earliest convenience. A chance to pay respects, if you would.
Okay. I thank you, Sir
Alroy?
Sir Hollowrock.
He bows to you again. He says, no, the pleasure is ours. We would not be here if it were not for your people's divine intervention. As he looks at you, Nix, he kind of takes a moment, and for a second, you see the look of recognition on his face before it's quickly replaced with the congenial smile, and he welcomes, everybody, and as everybody groups up, if you will follow me, we can, in fact, negotiate peace. Roll me a perception check.
Bruh.
10, 10, 10. 10, 10, 1.
So, I don't remember what the Messengers of the Hunt's sigil was.
I think it was the spears. I might be wrong.
The spears.
It was like 2 spears crossing, and then I can't think.
But as he walks, you notice, the two of you notice this tattoo on his inner wrist.
Oh, fuck me. God fucking damn it.
As he brings you into this wide building, and there are elves everywhere, and they're all running around. Roll me a perception check.
Can I etch into the hammer that
Dude, I don't perceive
Murphy
shit.
gave me another little spell
Sure.
on the
What
head
would
of
you
the
like
hammer?
to etch?
A spell to make it lighter.
All right, roll me a d20.
Regretting telling him who the fucking dragon was.
10 was the activation, so you hastily you begin etching a few more runes into the haft of this hammer, and you feel its weight decrease significantly. By doing
I'm going
this,
to give it to Tink. And I'm going to ask for his other one to see if I can do the same.
as you hand Tink the warhammer, he kind of looks at it, and as his hands wrap around it, he's kind of like prepped his arms to like lift it up. But as soon as he like grabs it, he throws his hands in the air before he slowly brings them back down, and he's like, I really expected this to be a lot heavier. And he hands you his warhammer with its diving falcon.
Can I just copy the runes?
Yeah. Do a d20 for success. Yeah, you copied the runes. It's not as light, given that the composition of his hammer is different than the one yours is made of. The war
Tell him
hammer
to write
gets lighter.
write down those enchantments down into his book. And I'm gonna tell him what they are.
He takes a piece of coal and opens one of his little booklets, and he begins
like a
rubbing
leaf rub.
Is imbue a small amount of mana.
Does a leaf rub, and he's like, and I just pump mana into this?
Yep. Small amount, not a lot. Otherwise, bad things could happen.
It's a good thing you said that, because I was about to sure as shit be like, he concentrates, his face screws up, and you can feel the air around you get extremely heavy. But you clarified, so he pumps a little mana, and he can kind of bounce the hammer and spin it with ease. He's like, this is quite nice, actually. As he, like, stows it on his back in a little makeshift harness he made. He hands you back your warhammer.
Remember,
and
stay
the perception.
light on your feet.
I rolled a 16 on perception, by the way.
In this hall, in small places, and on different wrists and things like that, you notice the symbol of the messengers of the hunt.
Yeah, Nyx is going to casually tighten her grip around Kalar's arm and pull him extremely close to her as they walk through the hallway. She's going to very obviously get extremely uneasy.
Do I notice this?
You can roll me a perception to see if you notice.
Apparently I notice everything that's happening.
You know somebody 2 floors up just farted and they didn't say excuse me. You noticed everything.
2 floors up?
2 floors up, yes. Here, I'll kind of...
that 20 to do something funny?
Yes!
Oh.
Yes,
I
you
just climb up the wall and phase through the floor and say, excuse you, and climb back down.
That grip on Kalar is just kind of getting tighter and tighter the further into this palace they go.
As you enter this room... Opa.
She's going to begin to grip that little horn that the dwarves gave her.
Good idea.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I'm getting
As you
prepared.
enter this room, You notice.
So Ellie notices this.
Yes, and there are people.
Where the fuck
No.
is my phone? Where the, what? Huh? Oh.
I can imagine this is how we're walking down the hall. Don't question me.
I'm going to get very close to Nixie. Off to her right and just a few feet back.
As you enter this great chamber, you notice that you don't really see many elves in here. As a matter of fact, there are several tieflings in this room.
Oh, fuck.
And
No,
they all
go back.
seem to be intently staring at your party.
Fuck.
As the loud oak doors slam shut behind you, an elliptical portal opens at the front of the room.
Nyx is going to immediately freeze in place.
Through this portal, speaking infernal,
Mm-mm.
Ellie
right
can
next
understand
to
infernal.
Mm-mm.
Emissary Alroy. What were their names again?
Which ones? Hold on. Where's my phone? I got you.
All I have is rifles. I don't have anything small. Just
It will be
Fuck
mother,
me.
father.
I'm just gonna send you a
And the
screenshot of
sibling.
all of them.
Okay.
You already know their last name.
While this is happening,
Oh, my
Uh,
phone
fuck.
fucking
Oh
died.
fuck. Oh fuck. Oh,
I can't charge
is
my phone.
where's? Well, you could tell that Nyx is panicking. I could say the least of. So we got
Micte.
I am going to tell Tink, or motion for Tink to get close.
It
And
is
I'm
good
going
that you
to
are all here.
take my left hand and put it on
Fuck.
to the handle of my
I was not prepared for this.
my weapon on my back, and then my right arm on my sword. Where is Ivy?
Ivy is with you. She is wrapped around your shoulders.
I'm going to flick my head in a motion to where it slides my mask on fully.
Are you ready to rumble?
But you need to get your ass on.
What is this?
This is. You can just refer to him as Kai. But this is Nyx's family's, their names. Because Proto forgot the names and, needs them.
Stepping through the portal.
Oh, fuck.
Is about 8 individuals. They look to be an honor guard. The first 4 look to be an honor guard.
slowly lifting that horn closer and closer to her mouth and is just like waiting. Kind of frozen in place, which is the only reason why she hasn't blown into it yet.
As Mikte steps through the portal, she gives a fake smile and says, "Dearest daughter, we have been so worried about you." As Caesius follows soon behind, and Camaroth as well, step through this portal. So, hold on.
At this point, I'm standing directly next to Nyx.
I don't even think Nyx would be. I'd be frozen in place, honestly.
As they step through this archway, they all say, they all are kind of just like smiling and look like one big happy family. And they're like, "Jinxie, or Jinx, it is time to come home."
Nyx is kind of like shuffling Kalar further behind her so he's not spotted. And is just tightly holding that horn.
Oh, come now, dear. Don't make this a big thing in front of your friends. If you'd have simply stayed where you were supposed to, none of this would have happened. As Murphy kind
that
of...
one of you grab the horn from me. Please, somebody blow into it.
Murphy steps to the side, and Camaroth pulls a whistle out. Yeah, you can do it.
It would be a good time.
Then I'm grabbing and blowing it now.
Go ahead, roll it.
Are we in trouble?
You managed to grab it.
Oh yes,
as
we
you
are.
blow.
We are in
This
deep
isn't a joke.
shit territory.
Deep a doo-doo.
Ellie
We're
might have to
sorry,
go grab a thing, and it's
No, you're
not gonna
not.
be good.
You weren't here when it happened the last time. They want Nyx dead. To put simply, they want Nyx dead.
I don't know where the dwarf is at, but hopping through this portal is the great and powerful Poobah, Nukchorus. Nukchorus?
Nukchorus. No, it can't be Nukchorus. Nukchorus
It
is the
is
blacksmith.
Nukchorus.
Not the
It's
blacksmith.
'cause you
Nukchorus.
called.
He's here.
It's 'cause you called.
Me?
Oh, no. I have to do it
With
for the...
Nukchorus
Okay,
is a contingent
I
of
am-
4 dwarves, and he runs over to you, and he's like, "What's going on, lass? You blew the horn, what do you want?"
Everyone out now.
Out. And as he says that, his portal and the doors are still closed, are now sealed with a magical ward. As Mikte laughs and says, "No, no, no. We just want her. Don't involve yourselves in our affairs." And Murphy takes a few steps towards them when Camaroth pulls a whistle made out of a dragon's tooth out. And as he brings it to his mouth, he says,
Can
"I
I
wouldn't do that
blow
if I
the
were you."
horn with wild magic to create my
Given
own
that-
portal.
Given that this horn is...
I'm making a wild
more
surge
like a
intentionally.
Alright, but you can't do it with the horn. It is simply a horn that has a partner horn back at, Vossaloon.
Then I'm gonna use I'm tossing the horn to Nyx's lap, and I'm grabbing my sword to use that as the catalyst to rip a tear into the fabric of whatever the hell we are at.
Alright. Rip the catalyst. It's gonna be 3d20s.
174.
As you bring your sword up, an explosion of salt fills the room. As you quickly bring it down and seal that one, the downstroke opens a portal. And as you jump through it, kind of leading
I'm not jumping through
everybody
it. I'm
with...
having everyone else go through it before me.
Because she can
Alright.
open her own portal.
Mm-hmm.
So, as everybody jumps through this portal, it brings you to the second floor of this building, where you are immediately set upon, aimed upon by archers. So y'all are all up
I
here
still have a
now.
third strike, right?
Somebody think.
The third strike was to close that one if you so chose.
Yeah, I'm closing the portal behind us.
So as you get to the second floor, you notice that there are no exits up here. There's one staircase. And the
I will make an
few
exit. I still
tieflings-
have my big gun.
You do still have your big gun, but hold on.
May I do something?
Everybody is going to roll initiative. Because Mikte is just going to step out of a portal on the second floor in front of you. So roll initiative. 3, 6, 10. And, of course, me, who rolled the 3. Me and you have to roll again.
Sharian.
Alright, just
Yoko?
give me a second. Just trying to roll out all the bad rolls.
18. 12. So, it's gonna be you first, Shirian, as you see Lady Mikte step out of this portal. Her hands glowing a threatening black.
Don't get touched.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna move back, say, 25 feet. Let's see, I was probably there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'm gonna go through my inventory to grab probably a war horn. If I have one.
Alright. I will say you have a war horn. What does this war horn do? Is it a sound weapon
thinking-
or is it a melee weapon?
It is.
You're gonna turn yourself into a bard. I swear.
It's just the horn that, you know, when blown.
Decorative purposes.
Yeah, it's just for decoration.
Alright, I won't make you roll to blow it. Unless you want it to be for intimidation, then I will make you roll an intimidation.
While he's doing
There
that,
is a-
can I charge my gun?
Alright.
You can.
I'm gonna try and blow it as loud and as hard as I can to try and get, any Syrians that are, either hiding or, hanging out somewhere. See if they can hear. Try and back
I
us
feel like
up.
they're a different faction than you.
No.
Dude, if
no.
they were
That
a
would be your
separate
enemy, I
faction,
feel like.
we'd be shit out of luck. I'm not gonna lie.
Doot the doot. Doot the doot.
18.
Out-fucking-standing. As you blow this war horn, the halls echo with the sound as that note peals across everyone there. You hear a faint magical presence, or you feel a faint magical presence, something you have not experienced before. And then you hear a return call of a war horn, but it sounds faint. It sounds faint, and it warbles as if distorted by something.
They're not in our dimension.
Mm-hmm. This whole building got shifted once those doors closed.
God.
We're not out of the dimension yet, but we are right at that portal.
As this occurs, Lady Micte is going to take this opportunity to do a dash. And eeny, meeny, miny, mo, she is going to dash towards Nukchorus.
Oh no.
And
Can I
Nux
roll to intercept?
picks up. You can roll to intercept, yes. As you jump in front of Nuck's eyes are wide as he's fumbling with his battle axe and bringing it around. He
Remember the
looks
14
just
I charged my weapon with?
Yeah, he sees you jump in front of him, and Lady Micte
I'm using the holy
changes.
barrel.
Oh, very smart. Lady Micte turns just in time to see your gun barrel pointed at her, so she's gonna try to evade, but I'm gonna evade with a d20. This is a very big boss fight. 9? Ooh. So, what we're gonna do for the
14 on a
damage on
14.
this,
And a 17 somehow.
we're gonna take 28 minus 9, and that's how much damage you did, because her health pool is 450. Minus 28 is 422.
Mm-hmm.
And she has now taken the full brunt of this cannon shot. She's going to reach out and try to grab you.
Evasion, which is this one, right?
No, we're doing off of all d20s for this combat.
Okay.
As she swipes at you, you feel a awful necrotizing smell as she waves her hand, and a green cloud pours where you were going to be. As she directs her attention back
Oh, thank God Pudger's in here.
to... Yes.
I'll jump back and
Back to
swing my
you,
sword
Shirian.
down, charging another wild magic
Alright.
spell.
She is like, your people have been most helpful to me. Why then are you different? And she begins advancing on you.
Okay.
We're in a boss fight.
Welcome back
Send
to
help.
your chair.
Pudge, I was gonna say Pudge can just move over
Alright.
here so you can stay over there, because that's where the stuff is written.
I've got an
Yeah, I do
idea.
have all this written.
Although you can't see
It
it.
might be a
Right now.
stupid idea. But I'm
Seat
gonna
has been
do it.
hijacked.
My chair.
What?
Alright.
My seat has
I'm
been
gonna
hijacked.
dash. Oops.
Oh.
I'm gonna dash. And tackle her through the portal.
Oh God, please be careful.
That portal's not there anymore.
Oh.
Yeah, that was just how they stepped up there. And when she steps through it, it closes automatically.
Damn. Okay. Shoot, I don't have a ranged weapon. All right.
From behind you all, Kameroth has come up the stairs, and Murphy has turned to face him. So you now have two enemies. One here, coming up the stairs, is Kameroth. And he is blowing the whistle.
You're gonna need to use something better of mine.
And as he blows the whistle, Murphy falls to his knees, screaming.
Would this technically...
Okay, I'll rush and tackle him.
This would technically affect Kalar,
recap?
yes.
Yes, it does affect Kalar. So, the emissary came to them while they were training on the field, and they noticed as the emissary was leading them to the political building that he had the tattoo of the Messengers of the Hunt on the inside of his wrist. All over the inside of this building, there is sigilites of the Messengers of the Hunt, and when they got to this room, a portal opened, and Micte Valencier, Caesius Valencier, and Kemeroth Valencier all stepped out of portals with about 5 armed guards, and they are very much BBEGs. Murphy is currently crippled and losing control, as well as Kalar.
I need to open another portal.
Alright, I'm gonna tackle the guy with the whistle.
Alright, roll to tackle him.
Did I get my chain?
You did not get your chain yet.
Fuck.
And you've kind of
maybe
worked
there's
out
a chance.
We're not in the city anymore.
This is going bad.
As you rush to tackle him, he grabs you, and it feels like his fingernails are grabbing your very soul. He picks you up and slams you into the dirt.
What the?
Into the staircase.
I'm going to blow into the horn.
So I'm taking a trip down a flight of stairs, basically.
You are unfortunately going downstairs with this. As he turns back, he blows harder into the whistle, and you can tell Murphy is beginning to lose control of his human form. So is Kalar. Blow the horn.
Do we need to roll initiative now? Or again soon?
You will in just a moment. As you blow the horn, it sputters and dies, and Nuck tells you it needs a moment. It needs a few minutes to recharge.
We don't have a few minutes, goddammit.
I pull out my sword.
Murphy begins screaming, and Kalar's screaming echoes with it. And with Kalar, wild magic begins burning rampant. Yes, you do.
I'm going to charge.
How many times, actually?
Where are you going?
Once,
you can't
for right now.
Away, genius. I can see you.
I'm going to charge at Kameroth as well.
You feel a very heavy hammer blow as your mind starts to slip into insanity. However, roll a d6 because Ivy is here. Ivy is...
Me?
Yes, you. Roll a d6. Ivy begins frantically tightening around your wrist, like trying to keep you steady, and it does knock most of the damage of your psychosis away, but you still feel the cold claws pulling at your sanity. All of you. Oh, you're running at Kameroth? Roll me a d20.
For fuck's sake.
Kameroth, with kind of a smile, steps out of the way as you run at him, and he backhands you into the wall. Continuing to blow the whistle, all of you roll me perception.
What is with these rolls? I got a 7 as well.
14.
Yokel, from the bottom of the stairs, you can see that the upper marble catwalk that y'all were on, that balcony, is starting to crack as if a gigantic amount of weight is suddenly and slowly being applied to it.
Y'all might want to get off the bridge.
Roll initiative.
We're all on it right now.
Yes, you are all on it.
We're all on the bridge.
3. Fuck.
Me,
All right.
you, her.
Captain Lorax, you have seen everything going on.
Come grab one of my weapons. One of my guns. Do it. If you
So,
grab the revolver rifle, you have to
these
grab
two, bad.
my bag of bullets.
There's actually one here in
3.
front of y'all, and this X is Kameroth, and this guy is currently staying out of it. For whatever reasons that he would be staying out of it, he is not engaged in helping either side.
What's this dude?
This is
Nutchorus.
That's the one that made my guns.
Because Ellie blew the horn to summon them, they sent Nuck because they thought, well, maybe it's a weapon issue.
Stop messing with that.
It's not a weapon issue. I was hoping to get them to go through the portal.
I'm going
get
to
everyone through the portal.
Why do you want me to grab it?
To use it. You can't really get close to one of them.
Yeah, if you get...
I can't.
Getting close hasn't been working too well for us currently.
Don't get close to the the mother.
Yeah, clearly.
And the mother has magics that very
will
likely
rot
will kill
you.
us.
Don't. Do not let her touch
you.
Okay, I come up behind Ellie and I shoot my crossbow over one side while I grab one of her guns on the other side.
Alright, roll me for a
It's my
shot on the
revolver
crossbow.
rifle he's grabbing. He needs to also grab my bag of ammo. Which is
Lady
a separate bag than the bag.
Lady Micton grabs the crossbow bolt out of the air, and as it hits her hands, it begins to rot to ash, and she kind of just dusts her hands off. She's like, no toys.
Now you see.
Fun.
Yeah,
I'm just gonna say right now,
flight of stairs.
real quick, how many bullets do I normally carry with me again? I can't remember.
Can I shoot?
I have to divide this up for him. 6.
You carry 6.
Why do I only carry 6?
Stop messing with it.
You can roll me a d12, and we'll run that as, because I don't remember. I said 6 because it was a fair number. You still want 6. We'll roll 11 rounds. You have 11 rounds ready and accessible on the rifle itself. It can only fire...
You mean for the rifle?
4. Yeah, but they're on like this little bandolier thing, so you'll have 11 rounds up there.
That's all you've got.
I have 11. Okay.
That's all you've got. I'm not having them be enchanted.
Shoot that bitch.
Roll it again. D20.
So you can quick fire 4 shots if you need to, but you have to reload it.
Lady Mictay's body gets rocked as this round impacts, and it kind of stops her for a moment before she kind of dusts herself off. Where's the marker? What'd I do with the marker? Oh, thank you, Bug. I did not know where it went. And she takes, we'll say she's going to take 17 points of damage, so she now has 405 health. That shot hurt. But now she's going to counterattack you, and she is going to lunge at you and try to grab you by the throat.
Oh, I extend my blade and I try and put some hellfire on it.
Alright. Roll me a
You're gonna lose it.
D20 plus 2. She lunges at you. You manage to stab into one of her hands, and the hellfire does not react well at all with her own magics. So the resulting small explosion knocks her back. Roll me a d20 twice.
Please break the barrier
Shit.
for.
Fuck.
397 health left. She stands back up, and Kemeroth, with one last blow on the horn, begins to laugh from behind you as Murphy and Kalar revert to their dragon forms. Murphy is
how big Kalar is. We
massive.
have no idea how Murphy is.
Murphy is massive, and he takes up the latter portion of this room.
You have 2 dragons.
I was gonna say Murphy.
That's actually, yeah.
Full-grown dragon.
That is about right. And as he begins to like unfurl his wings, he opens his mouth, and you can see the embers of pure heat begin to spill forth as he inhales and lets loose a blast of fire towards everybody.
Oh,
Everybody, fuck. Roll me a d20.
Can I counter with a wild magic?
You can.
Ooh.
Hold on, don't roll those d20s. We're gonna have a counter spell with wild magic if that's what you're gonna do.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, roll me a d20, and this is wild magic, so...
Well... I'm gonna pull out my fun new sword.
You do need to roll a d12.
No wait, I guess I could shoot some more. You know what?
14, hold on.
Can I
plugged my phone in.
Can I put some hellfire into his gun? Into her gun, and then shoot? Because the hellfire's having some good effects.
Yes, you can. You can do that.
I can't believe that bullshit. So,
what?
Diamond Wall. So, at the last second, you scratch a few runes on the floor, and you slap the palm of your hand against the ground.
I'm using my sword to charge it.
Oh, so you're using your sword to charge it?
Yeah, I'm using my sword as basically the
catalyst?
The thing to angle my magic, yeah. Because there are no runes on it. I was going to put runes on it, but I never did.
Cool.
As you swing your sword, a diamond wall takes form out of the ether. This does have the effect of leaving you a bit tired because it was rather labor intensive to swing a diamond wall into place. And as Murphy's flame hits it, you see the crystal itself begin to crack. And he doubles down on his efforts.
I need to open a portal somewhere else.
You do, yes.
Why is he just randomly attacking, though?
Because of the horn. That's why he
Something about
laughed.
that whistle.
That whistle
we
is
get-
made
Kalar,
from dragon tooth, I think.
we need to get the whistle from him and smash it.
Kalar is going to take this opportunity to flare his wings. And you see his head rear back, and he rolls forth from within the wall with you. He rears back, and he just starts kind of spraying a wild magic slurry. So, to keep this fair, you're gonna roll it.
Fuck's sake.
D20.
I
Hold
don't
on,
even
I
wanna
need to go and
know.
check on my cat.
You're good.
What is a 20?
Let me look.
Ah, shit.
I don't even want to know. What the fuck? Fuck. This is bad.
Why are you hiding behind me?
I don't know. Protect.
Snowfall.
What? So he's
Snow.
shooting snow
Snowfall.
everywhere.
As the beam hits, it is covering it in ice and snow.
What the fuck?
So don't get hit.
Don't get hit.
I mean, I'm behind Camroth, so if anyone's gonna get hit, it's that stupid fucker.
Everybody,
Try and kick him into the beam.
Ooh, actually, that's smart. Can I?
you could do that. 2 rolls.
8.
They're
7.
both bad.
15.
Oh, I already failed. Oh well.
As he is steadily trying to keep the whistle blowing and dodge both Murphy's flames and Kalar's, you see him pull a sword from his hip, and the sword is a silver
Glad y'all taught me earlier how to sword fight. Pull that
needle-shaped
sword
thing.
from earlier.
As you kick him, he
So it's
turns to
a
you.
rapier.
Yeah, that's what it's called. Thank you. I could not think of what it was. Not a saber, it's a rapier. And
Yeah,
all around
the
it,
edges of it are not sharp, but the tip is very sharp.
I'm gonna pull my sword
He-
and parry.
he takes a
This
step at
is something
you.
that would be stabbing through armor.
Yes,
so be
between
careful.
plates.
I don't even
So-
have armor on.
Roll for it. Let's dance this dance.
Bruh.
Is there anything to shoot?
You can take a shot at Lady Micte.
So he's just got
But-
his normal shots along with his hellfire.
Mm-hmm.
So
You're
with these
pulling a
normal
Ghost Rider
shots,
too.
Isn't there a
is
diamond
you
wall?
there is a diamond wall between you and Lady Micte.
Yes, but it's separating. Is it not separating us and just Murphy?
It's separate. Murphy is on the same side as Lady Micte, and you're
maybe
only
he'll
stuck
kill
in
her.
here with Kemeroth.
Is Micte getting hit with?
Is
Murphy's
Camelot the
shit?
bad one?
Not yet. He's aiming everywhere. Once his next turn comes around, you'll see.
Yeah, whatever
Hmm.
happened to Eden?
She's still
Eden
with us.
is non-combatant at this point, but she's doing
about-
something important.
Alright.
Tink.
Tink is holding his hammer and all of a sudden
Can I get-
shitting his pants because the guy who is teaching him how to be a blacksmith turns out to be a fluff-mothering dragon, and he's dealt with a lot today.
Give
That's
him
a
your
lot.
Halo
Yes.
hat.
Can I get on the other side of the wall?
Okay, I can do that in a way.
Roll me an acrobatics.
I know it's gonna be painful, but it's fine.
As soon as you make the move to jump around the balcony, Murphy angles his head and sends a gout of flame at the area where you would come out at, pushing you back.
Okay, can I try again?
Not yet. We are going to Yokel. Yokel, you have recovered from your position at the bottom of the stairs, and you see that Nyx is sword fighting with Kamarov,
And
using the skills that you taught them.
and
Roll me an
losing.
evasion.
Is my mask going off at all?
You
Just a really
narrowly
quick
miss a
question.
beam of magic
it.
ice. Is what happening?
The mask.
The
that I'm wearing.
mask is not going off yet.
Okay.
Hold on, sorry, I'm just.
Sorry.
You're
That was
good.
just a quick question I had.
So,
much would be useful right now.
you dodge and you get to take a attack of opportunity. So what that means is he's focused solely on keeping Nyx at bay as they're dueling it out. You get to surprise attack. Attack of opportunity. I'll give you a +3 to whatever attack or decision you make.
Also, no, I don't
Okay.
know how to duplicate this mask.
You also have Vienna.
I have a question.
Alright, have you ever seen, which Batman movie was it with Bane? Bane in it?
Dark Knight Rises.
Dark Knight Rises, yeah.
I'm gonna make sure this guy can never walk again. I'm gonna bane him.
Alright. So, roll me a d20.
You can still walk using magic.
Holy shit!
Baned him.
Incredible. As you run up, you bear hug him, pick him up, and bring him down onto your knee. This gives you, as a matter of fact, he has 450 health. Here's what you're gonna do for me. You're gonna roll that d20 3 more times.
Oh my god. 11, 16,
27,
14.
41.
41. 409 health immediately. First damage done to Kamaroth. Simatov.
Damn.
He is now prone on the ground, gasping for breath. As we move, goddamn, that was incredible.
Break the whistle.
Yes.
How much longer?
Break the
is this
whistle.
thing?
I don't know.
Dude, I can't
Okay.
believe
Well, I'm
that
gonna
actually worked.
probably
Usually
gonna
when I
play
do this in
Fortnite
other
with Little
campaigns, I
Child.
fail
Alright.
horrendously.
Do I have your
If y'all
permission
are still
to?
on later, I'll check with the Discord and everything. But if y'all are still on in a bit, then I'll rejoin.
Alright. As this happens,
Break the whistle.
you have the opportunity to break the whistle.
Yeah, I
you
do
break
that.
the whistle? You don't have to roll for it. So as you stomp the whistle, you see Murphy's head kind of clear for a moment,
We might not have to knock Kayla
and
out.
he kind of looks around, sees y'all on the other side of the diamond wall, and he begins turning around. And his immense size tears the wall out. And you see that there is a ward outside as well. As the wall is torn out, he turns to face Lady Micte, who is standing not 2 feet from him. As he rears back to let loose a blast of fire at Lady Micte, she gashes him in a quick dash across, and this gash is all the way across his rib cage as she jumps up and
Can
does
I-
it.
Oh.
Can I say something real quick? I'm gonna give y'all a heads
Yes.
up right now. Fire doesn't do shit to tieflings. Just telling y'all that.
Not
Tieflings
But
are
his
fire
Hellfire seems
resistant.
to do.
Hellfire is different. It's magically imbued.
And he currently has my gun, which he has how many more shots?
He fired 1 shot, so he has 10 shots left.
10.
No, it's
10?
10.
Okay.
He only fired 1. He didn't dump all 4 barrels.
Dude,
You mean
I'd have a
bullets.
feeling that this dude never gonna walk again. My God.
Good.
No, I'm fairly certain he just got fucked up from the top floor and the top rope. However, Murphy turns back towards Lady Mictay, and as he sets the entire other side of this building ablaze, his tail lashes out, and he tries to knock her prone and then stab her with the sharp barb at the end of his tail. So we're going to go 1, 17. That knocks her prone. 16 for the stab. Now let's see if she beats those in some bullshit manner. Go away. You now. Go on.
No.
Nope. Not at all.
Fuck.
As she gets slammed into the wall by Murphy's tail, you can see Murphy is very much injured by this necrotic poison. And Lady Mictay takes 3d20 damage. 15, 19, 11. As she is
45.
impaled to the floor and she grabs his tail to try to pull it out. That's 45. You did the math on that? 45?
Yep.
So 397 minus 45. What is that? Who's good at math? 45.
phone?
That's
Be
5. 52. 352.
Yeah.
Murphy is slowly but surely trying to shrink his bulk down to be able to fight more effectively. And Kalar is currently trying to wake back up. Or not wake back up, but get back up. He is no longer blasting everything with ice. Undaze, yeah, there we go. Alright, Nyx. You have your father flat on the floor. What do you want to do?
Literally.
I don't even know what to do in this moment. I'm kind of as, like,
You want me to go?
stunned as Nyx is in this situation. Was not expecting to run into them.
You want to let it go? Ellie. What will you
So
do?
is the diamond wall still up between Murphy and her?
The damage that he inflicted on the wall kind of ripped the diamond wall outside and out of the building.
It didn't break
Is
it
he not-
apart. What?
No, because it was attached to the wall. When the wall fell out, it took it with it. It did not break it. It's diamond.
Oh, okay. Were you wanting to try and escape still?
There's a ward outside.
Oh, what?
The whole building is surrounded by a magical ward.
Oh, we're stuck nonetheless. Actually, no, we're not. Not entirely.
So wait, what does that exactly mean?
Means we
Does that
can't.
mean I can't physically go through it, or
Yeah.
anything that's magical?
We can't walk outside. Period.
Roll me a perception check on this ward.
Come on, please roll. 19.
You can tell it's oscillating. At some points, as you're looking at it, you see that it would stop magic, and then at other points, it'll flash and it will stop physical items. But there is a noticeable pattern, as if multiple people in the room are trying to keep the glyphs up.
We have to distract them long enough to even shut down the ward. There's only one other way that I know to get out of this room currently. But in order to do it, Nyx would need assistance
I need to roll
from
a D12?
a certain someone.
Yes, you do.
It's a 10.
You are slipping hard, because the golden number for today is 45,
So I need
and
to-
you are close to it, but not quite there
Ivy?
yet. Ivy. Yeah, roll for Ivy. 1d6. Ivy bites down hard on you, trying to keep you focused on the here and now. But it's not as effective as it was. And you can still feel that sweet release of insanity as you begin to make decisions.
Floof? Whose help do you need?
I can't really say that. But,
Ask.
for starters, I'm going to grab a hold of Kalar and pull him over to the sidelines.
Quite close.
And
Who here do you need?
technically the person
Out of the party.
who I need isn't with us in this room.
Out of the party right now. Who do you need?
Right.
Technically
So, baby
nobody
boy.
from the party.
Wee.
Because what I'm going to do
Roll.
is reopen a portal that they closed.
More.
Do you need
Call his
mana?
name.
You sure you want me to out loud say his name? They still don't know.
Call his name. If not now, then there won't be another chance.
Akatush.
Ah.
Ow.
The
I know
voice
his
in the back
name.
of your head fills you with a sense of warmth and prosperity, like he's sitting on a beach that's made of gold coins and the sunlight's reflecting down. He's like, "Yes, my friend, how may I help you?"
We're in a bit
What?
of a
Oh.
dilemma currently, and I need some assistance with opening a portal.
And where do you think you're going? This is not closure, if nothing else. Would you like me to show up? After all, it's been a while since I've been in a right good scrap. And he says this last bit kind of sarcastically, in a joking manner, but you can tell that there is a heat behind it.
Do you recognize the messengers of the hunt?
I do. Most annoying group. They've been like wiped out for a
Far
while now, I
from.
believe.
Far, far from.
And they are giving you. How is it that you mortals say shit?
Currently,
Should I
they're helping my
turn
family
them
try
into
to
toads?
kill me.
Are we all hearing
so-
this? in the party?
Roll a perception to see, but you have to do like a divine sense. Well then, fuck me, I guess. As you're slipping into sanity, you feel a calming brush against your mind, and it feels like a brother, a father, a caretaker brushes against your mind, and is like, be at peace. And you have heard all of this, but he has noticed that you are looking at him, and he's like, be at peace. We'll get through this. We always do.
This is an absolute clusterfuck.
I was gonna
Be
say,
at
we have
peace.
3 bosses currently in the room. I don't know that this is okay.
Yeah, I
Be
could
taking,
turn
like, a
them
fifth of one
into.
of their health.
I could turn them into a massive pile of excrement and throw it outside.
Akatusha being
Maybe.
serious.
I don't know. He kind of clears his throat, and you get this mental image of a genie wearing a suit and tie. And he's like,
Dude.
clasps his hands. He's like, yes, yes, of course. What is the best way for me to help? What can I do to help you? Because I cannot simply do it for you.
We need
You
an
must-
escape.
He says, hold one.
'Cause not only, I want y'all to remember, it's not just us and the 3 bosses. There's also the fucker who brought us in here, on top of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11, 12 people?
Get as
We ain't
many
winning
as
this
party
And
battle.
then
as you
plus
can.
all the other dudes outside the magical seal.
That is true. Their entire fucking city, at this point, I'm half tempted to tell Murphy to burn the shit down. Anyways.
Well, we
As
don't
this
know
happens, you all are aware of a smoke cloud beginning to form in the middle of the room. It starts small at first, but immediately starts growing in power and size before a loud booming voice says, I will have no more of this. As he snaps his fingers, Caesius disappears. Pointing at Kameroth, he grabs Kameroth in his fist and he goes, I remember you, before slamming him into the floor below you, and he too disappears.
Who? Wait, what?
Kameroth,
back
the
broken.
one that was
Disappeared.
prone.
I'm gonna scoop
He
Kalar into my
reaches-
arms and just kind of watch this go down.
He reaches over and he takes both hands and he slams them together like a big clap around Lady Micte. And you can hear a very agonizing scream. And it does not much damage. 19, 26 damage. It does 26 damage, bringing 326 before she disappears. Akatush turns to look at the rest of them before once again saying, I hope from here you can handle this. And he slowly fades away. And as he fades away, he reaches over and he kind of pats Kalar's side. because he's still in dragon form. He pats Kalar's side, and then back into the recesses he goes. Murphy is now laying on his side, back into his human form, and the rest of the contingent of the tieflings that came to attack you are now cautiously moving forward
I'm going to go to
to
Murphy's
surround the group of you. So as you go to Murphy's aid, you can see that the armor that was smoldering from the attack that he endured from our wonderful lightning rod is now rent, and it is slowly but surely not repairing. As one piece falls off, Murphy's like, damn, I worked kind of hard on that.
Jesus fucking
And when it
Christ.
hits the ground, it turns into a pile of sand that kind of just blows away in the breeze. As Murphy tries to stand up. That is true. Pudger does have 2 health potions. And it's up to y'all if y'all want to use them.
I have magic, it's okay.
But if you remember, the other things that y'all got in this session may also be effective.
What other things?
The weeping fruit.
Oh, I completely forgot about that.
Oh. Oh yeah, I've got like 9.
A
Does
lot of
anyone
y'all have
remember
like
what them do?
Something. How many?
We have like 19.
The flesh
Yes,
of the
just
weeping
rub it
fruit.
18. We have
against
18 because we
a,
gave one to Oberon.
Rub it against a piece of equipment and it will fully repair it.
Could try it. I'm more worried about
As you rub
Since
it,
I have the most, I'll
healing his
come
wounds,
over
though.
and give him
It's not gonna heal his
the
wounds.
fruit. One of the
so as
fruits.
it's not going to heal him, it's going to repair his gear. Which in turn will help heal him, but at a slow rate because he is bleeding very heavily. It has coated the entire white marble of this area. And he's kind of just like, that really hurts.
Fuck, I can't think of...
Mm.
I only have like a couple of healing spells. What, like
Any updates
regeneration?
on any updates about the seal? Is it still around or
It is flickering a lot more now that those 3 are gone.
Do I need to roll a d20?
roll me a
Not
d20 for
d20,
what?
a d12. Sorry, d12. Where is my other controller? There it is.
No. Given that Akatush has reached out and kind of instilled a calm into you, you have about 2 turns before you have to roll another d12. It didn't take any away, but it calmed you for 2 turns. So, as you hand Murphy that, the weeping
Where
fruit,
are enemies at?
they are now approaching
They're on
from
our
the
same level,
staircase.
technically. I was gonna say,
Yeah,
they started at
you
the
have
top, we came up.
5 of them.
There's...
And leading them is the... Where's that one tiefling?
Oh, I moved it.
Right here?
Is a familiar face.
Oh, no. Fuck that. Don't get close to him. Don't get close to him. I'm not doing that again. You used ranged weapons on that motherfucker. Don't get anywhere near that fucker.
Murphy's armor
one
begins
problem.
to repair.
I only have
Borrow
melee weapons?
Borrow a ranged weapon. Throw rocks. I don't give
You
a
can
fuck. Don't
take
go
your
anywhere near that
revolver back
fucker.
From
He turned one of our
Pudger at
old
this point.
party teammates into a fucking werewolf. We don't fuck with that fucker. We don't go near him.
Oh, he knows polymorph spells? What the hell?
No, it's curse. He's a warlock, and he casted a curse that infected somebody's soul with lycanthropy.
Because his patron and he are very close. They have made a very good deal for both of them.
Don't go near that fucker. That's all I gotta say. I would try to regenerate Murphy though. Like heal him.
Alright, roll me a d20. Damn, okay. So, all of the cuts and bruises that you have luckily all just kind of survived with from this encounter, are magically replenished. And because you took no actual hit point damage, you feel overcharged. And that is one turn. The next turn you have to roll.
I feel
Yokel.
overcharged.
Who's going now? Oh.
Yokel, you turn around to see a tiefling arrogantly walking towards you.
Fuck.
Yeah?
And this tiefling looks, he says, "Oh, a new face! You weren't here last time." And was it you, Ellie, that got stabbed with my knives? Was that Ellie or was that Pudger? That was you, wasn't it?
That was Ellie.
Can I charge?
You can, but that you'll have to roll a d12 first. Ooh. No IV interference this time. It's all wild magic from this point out.
I'm going to have toss Ivy onto who am I gonna toss that onto?
Actually, real quick question. How far up are we?
It's
Second
about
floor.
a 15-foot
floor.
drop.
Oh.
15 feet.
Oh, not
Makes
as bad
sense.
as I thought.
I'm going to toss Ivy onto. Oh God, what was their name? Fuck.
Eden, Tink,
The other elf. Tink.
What's his
Tink,
actual
yeah.
name though?
Levea.
Can't.
Levea.
Levea's gonna like see this alligator-shaped bush being thrown at him, and he's gonna be like, "What the fuck?" Before it wraps around his arm, and he kind of stares
Fight
at
or
it for
pay
a minute. And
attention. As I dash past.
as you dash past, this tiefling.
And
this
I'm going to
tiefling's
be swinging
name
my sword.
is Lavadash. Lavidash. Lavadash. As you run towards him, he laughs and he says, "Oh, not gonna let me hit you in the back this time before you do. What are you doing?"
As I'm dashing, I'm swinging my sword up, scraping it across the ground, putting as much force and momentum into it as I can. And of course, magic.
Wild
Roll
magic.
it. 5? 5 on page 2. You're insane now, right? Yes. On page 2, 5 is heavy snowfall. Alright. I don't know why I have that one in twice. But you swing your sword. I have wild magic for when you're sane and wild magic for when you're not.
Okay, so that's how that works. Got it.
Yeah, I have 2 pages because second page is usually worse. But this time, as you swing your sword, he sees the blade come up, but does not see the way the ice spreads across the floor towards him. And he jumps at the last second before a spike of ice erupts from the floor beneath him. Now, he's going to counterattack you, and his minions are going to fire their crossbow bolts at everybody else. So, you two,
If there's a path of ice from the sword, can I not just, like, frozone this shit and slide across the ground past everyone?
You can, but the
get
path
behind
of ice is only like 4 feet wide, and the ice spike that exploded at the end is tall enough that it punched a hole in the ceiling.
But did it hit him?
It did not hit him. It's close,
Bastard.
but did not hit him. As he swings down around the side of it, the crossbows fire. Roll me d20s to dodge a volley.
Bruh.
Ooh,
Well, I used
neither
my
one
luck
of y'all
for
dodged. The backbreaker. Hell of a shot, though. Outstanding work, because I was going to start making I'm going to be honest with you. I had fully intended on you guys killing Murphy. Having to kill Murphy. So, with that being said,
Excuse you?
that was the plan. It didn't
That was
happen.
not going to happen. Either way.
That being said,
that would not have been a good thing.
I would have ended up having them
insane
take me
aliens
rather
to get
than
their
having
hands
them
on.
kill Murphy. Nah. The fuck?
Fair enough. Fair
You think
enough.
I'm just gonna let Murphy die? You lost your mind.
Murphy's my
You should
boy.
Exactly.
recognize this room. Somebody give me the yellow marker.
Where did it go?
Because in one
I don't
of
see
your
any of the
visions,
markers.
you saw this.
No, you've gotta be shitting me.
You saw this.
What?
You
And the big X
fucker.
made sense now, doesn't it?
You
I'm lost.
motherfucker. No, he showed me something after one of our sessions and told me it's going to be important. I'm like, you do realize I'm not going to remember this whatsoever. You motherfucker.
She does, though.
He said that there was going to be an important decision we had to make in that moment.
You have accepted a patron. That is the consequence of your dealings with Akatush. Both of you roll me d12s because y'all.
Who?
Taking a hit.
D12s. Yep, taking hits with d12s.
Oops.
Nix, you get peppered across your back, but as you're sheltering over Kalar, you're kind of crouched over Kalar. You get hit with 3 arrows, and Yokel, you get hit with 1.
Does Ellie see this?
You do see this. Roll a d12.
88, love.
88. You are at 88 health.
Alright.
And you are at 98. So
I'm gonna try and intimidate the archers into not firing another
that's a fucking G.
another volley.
I forgot how 9s look, apparently. Roll me an intimidation.
11.
Failed.
For a moment, they pause in their reload as you stomp your foot and you roar at them. But they quickly recover it, and they are able to finish reloading, and they're currently actively looking for a new target. Ellie, this tiefling is charging at you, and you can see the little black outline of his patron running with him. He's going to try and...
Firing my gun.
Alright, he's
Still on
going
the
to try
heavy
to
bar-
uppercut.
the holy barrel.
Ooh.
I'm aiming for the floor.
Alright, so here's what's going to happen. We're both going to roll a d20. Highest one gets to go first. Fuck me. I guess I get a 1. As you fire the holy barrel as he's approaching, roll me a d20. 11. 14. He is able to sidestep it, but not without getting burned as it flies past him. The burns are quite significant.
Wait,
to the
which
side
direction
of his
was that
face.
fired in? I completely forgot that there are other people here.
So you fired this way, and he is running this way. But you didn't miss, but it's this way. And nobody else was between you and them. So Ellie,
I gotta keep that in mind, because it's just not gonna...
Oh.
He's going to open a portal in front of him as he runs. And he's going to open the second one right in front of you.
Swing behind me. What?
No, he's going to do
Why
it
in
right in
front?
front of you. Because he wants to be right up on you when he swings this uppercut.
Can I start pulling in magic?
Oh, would you look at that?
Mm-hmm.
You can start pulling in magic.
Mm-hmm.
That was a 5. I saw that.
There's 15 floating here.
Hi.
Roll to counter that.
Dude, I'm
So
getting
you're
I
some
beat
visitors
just a
tonight.
little
Your
too
cheat
quick.
as well.
You beat both of my cheats. As he opens the portal, you're standing right there, almost as if you were expecting it, with your revolver up. You're gonna shoot him.
It's not my revolver rifle, though.
Oh no.
What are you doing?
I haven't had the revolver rifle in my hand this entire time.
Oh my god, you've got the big one. Okay.
Yeah, that's what I've been firing this entire time. On the holy barrel, not the wild magic one, though.
Fun. What are you doing? Shadow,
Alright.
what are you doing?
As you pull the trigger, I'm assuming,
Mm-hmm.
you see his patron reach out and push the muzzle of the gun away before he begins a retaliatory swipe with his claws.
Can I swing my sword?
You can. As you swing your sword, it collides with his claws, but it passes through, and you can see his patron recoil. The shadow
It
pulls
passes
away
through his
from
hand?
you. Yeah, it
what,
cuts
huh?
through his hand, and he recoils away. And it looks like that hurt Lavidash
go
as
to
well,
the
so
other
roll
side
me a
of the bed,
d20
or-
one time.
You get down.
Klaus.
You have 125 health minus 16. 125 minus 16 is what?
Hold on, what?
125.
125?
So it's 100. I don't know.
109. 109.
109.
109.
But he felt that damage. Nyx, you have an attack of opportunity to take.
On who?
On Lavidash. The arrows in your back hurt, but they don't stop you from fighting.
Are you sure this is a wise decision? To interrupt me?
Valid concern.
I'm going to just find a brick nearby and just kind of chuck it at him.
You might want to
Well,
try
you are
and get
in
the
luck.
other 5.
There are hundreds of bricks everywhere, and you managed to find you a good, decent-sized one. And you nail that motherfucker. While his patron's over there whining because his fingers hurt, Lavidash turns just in time to see the Elven Craftsmanship Express hit him in the jaw. And you threw this pretty hard. Murphy's laughing because of the absurdity of it, but you managed to hit him pretty damn hard. And roll me a d20 dice for damage. So you did 17 damage with that, which is what, 98?
Hold on.
88. 88 health left.
Yeah.
Can I go for a disarm?
Wait, what?
You can.
109
but he's not
17?
carrying.
I hope you know what I mean, a disarm.
Okay.
You're taking his arm?
Maybe.
Alright, roll for it.
Damn it.
As you swing your sword downward to try to take his arm off after he's trying to recover after being hit in the face with a brick, his patron grabs your arm and pushes it out of the way again. But he turns to face you immediately, and he is going to backhand you into a wall.
What the fuck is going on with my eye?
Sparkles.
My eye. I don't know why the fuck it's been bugging me.
Roll a d20.
Has anyone noticed the mask?
Hold on. Remind me, you step out here with me for a moment.
You have this over text message.
Yes, but I just killed my phone again while I was looking at the fucking wild magic spells.
Goof.
Step out here with me again.
Is the list on your phone?
Goofy ass. We're in quite a predicament. This asshole, though. So basically, back when... Hold on, where were we? We were in the Dwarven Kingdom, actually, when this fucker first appeared. And that's when we first started signing the treaty, and he came out of fucking nowhere and started attacking the dwarves that we were trying to get to sign the treaty. And the funny thing is, actually, that he had shot an arrow at my character earlier during that episode, and nobody else had realized. Proto didn't even give any hint to the fact that he wasn't aiming for the dwarf that he shot. He was aiming for me and missed.
Fuck.
Oh.
And I called this out, and Proto's like, how the fuck?
Yeah, I gave no indication of that, and she's just like, that was for me. Like, excuse me? I didn't tell you.
I'm just magic like that.
That being said, with one last push, your mask is reaching out, but it receives no answer.
So has no one else in the party noticed? Or the
Roll
guy I'm
perception.
attacking, anyways.
He does not notice. He does not notice.
How?
Because the way he sees is energy signatures and not, with his eyes. That's how he knows who you are. That's how he knows who Nyx is. That's how he knows who Murphy is. He's seen y'all before. And he's tracking your energy signature. He is about to backhand you in the wall unless you can beat a 16.
No.
Roll d12.
Was close.
You are now at 91 health.
I'm gonna say, I haven't taken damage until now. Somehow. I don't know how.
91 health has been damaged upon, or 9 health has been damaged upon you. Crossbowmen are firing again.
Oh, wait.
This time.
Did I even have my turn? Or was that the intimidate?
That was your intimidate, but we are back to you because you are being aimed at by the crossbowmen.
Getting shot at again.
Well, it's better
All
me
5
than
are focused
anybody
on
else.
you. Beat a 17.
I got a 5.
Roll a d12.
I'm getting hit. Man.
So, 95 health. Their accuracy was pretty good, but they kind of were aiming where you were gonna be, not where you were. And some of them missed. And now you are looking at all 5 of these regular Joe 30 health tieflings.
Beat their asses.
I'm gonna charge him.
Let's
and
do
a battle axe whirlwind attack.
Alright.
Like spinning attack!
So roll 1d20 for your charge and 1d20 for your spin attack.
Yeah,
Oh,
9.
double 9. So, okay. Because you rolled 9 twice, here's what's gonna happen. I'm gonna lower the activation from 11 to 5. And you charge into this group. And the first guy who steps in front of you to try to see if he could take his hand at bludgeoning you with the crossbow immediately gets launched into the wall. But as you begin spinning your axe, roll me a d20 4 times.
11, 14, 31, and
11, 17,
I think that's
38.
39.
39.
Yes.
You outright decapitate one of them, but wound the others. And the one that was thrown into the wall is unconscious. Because when you get hit by a truck, that tends to happen. So,
You're about to be struck by a vehicle.
prepare yourself.
Yeah, you're literally getting hit by an 8-foot fucking tanky bug.
And these are just little tieflings. This isn't a very big
Wouldn't
group
you
of
have
tieflings.
damage resistance?
I let fate
What?
decide your damage
Most
resistance.
bugs have a...
Armored exoskeleton?
Yeah.
Oh, I don't get that till I hit my behemoth stage.
Ooh,
But then
I'm
again, I'm
excited for
working
that.
on. Then again, I am. I'd have to be like. At. Shit. I think. Let me take a quick look at my abilities.
She just tried to
Nyx,
bite me.
it is now your turn. And as he has backhanded Ellie, he turns to you, and as he's walking towards you, he said, I have had just about enough of all of this. It would have been so much easier if you would have just caught that fucking arrow. And you can see him charging a lightning bolt in his hand.
I'm gonna cast to set his pants on fire.
I am not done with you.
Like, you know,
Roll
have
for...
you seen Harry Potter before?
Yes.
Sorry.
You know that scene
Gotta
where Hermione
need
sets
to-
Snape's
need to go.
thing on fire?
His cloak.
Yeah. I'm essentially going to do the
Yeah,
same
that
thing just
activates
to like
once
the
I
bottom
hit
of his pants.
65 health.
Oh.
Alright.
Yeah, I
so
do triple
roll
damage,
for flame magic.
but all attacks are guaranteed on me.
It does work. The spell activation was a 5 because 5s are good. As he notices that his right pants leg begins to just engulf itself in flames.
I'm not done
Excuse
with
me.
you. Get your ass back here, damn it.
He turns to see Ellie approaching.
Does it mind you, Nyx is just kind of sitting in the floor, by the way, doing this.
He's like, have you not had enough? As he draws his hand back once again to send you out the hole in the wall, crashing into the wards outside.
Roll to resist.
Roll to, yeah. It does connect, but with one hand you are able to stop his
Both my hands are
forward
full.
progress. You've got a weapon. Oh, you have your sword and your rifle out.
Yeah. I haven't been swapping between the two. I've had both of them out.
It connects,
So
but
what
it
I'm
doesn't
going to
do
do
much more than shake you.
Is there actually is a way I could block this.
Alright.
I'm going
Set the
to
scene for
flick
me.
my head up and slide my mask up my head and bite his hand.
Roll to bite. Wow. So as he gets to about, and I'm going to demonstrate right here, as he's coming back, you bite his hand, and for a moment, everything on this battlefield slows down and stops. Like, even the other archers in the background are like, oh, yo, that's gross. Before he looks at you and kind of snatches his hand out of your mouth. But he's gonna double down and try to, like,
Does this rip a chunk out
punch
of
you
his
in the
hand?
stomach. It does 2 damage, so he's at 86 health.
Ah. Damn it. Where'd
Yeah.
the eraser go? Fuck, God, no, don't do that. Stop it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No
Everybody
yawn.
stop. I'm about to go get that B12 shot and just give myself a little happy injection. That being said, it's a happy injection. It'll help me feel better, and it's good for me. As he draws back to punch you in the stomach, do you beat a 5? Fuck yeah, you do. How do you deflect it?
I'm gonna just move my sword into the way of his hand. The blade side,
that's...
not the flat side.
Okay, roll me a d12. Did you crash?
Looks like it.
Come back
Nope.
to me.
Oh, I'm back.
I was about to have to punch you in the forehead. Be like, revive! Could have had a V8. Roll me a d12 for damage. Son of a bitch. Y'all are just beating the shit out of Laverdash.
78.
78.
I crashed really bad.
Do you think I don't plan to kill him?
No, you should. Once again, the archers are
easier
gonna
to kill.
take aim at Nyx.
How deep does
I'm
my
gonna
sword
try
go
and
into his
intimidate
fist?
them before they fire.
Oh, interruption. That don't count. Try again.
Yeah, I know.
Once again, they're really getting tired of you yelling at them. But they have a little bit of fear in them after what they saw you do to the homeboy. So, I'm gonna add +2 to that roll. And what's gonna happen is we're gonna roll again because you met 16 and 16.
Your
So,
roll wasn't a 16.
what was my roll?
That was a
19.
19.
19.
Oh. Retcon that. We're coming back to... Fuck it, I already said it, and... You've yelled at them twice, and you did rip one of them apart and throw one into a wall, and he's over there talking about how he wants to make cookies with his mom tomorrow. So, roll me a d20.
God
Okay.
damn, another?
I don't understand, man. I tried to give it the benefit of the doubt, but they're not having it. But they do change targets. You are now the target. And at point blank
Good.
range, I don't think they'll miss. So, 3 archers take aim at you.
Ooh. I'm gonna chuck a brick at one.
D20 me. I can't believe this. They miss at point blank range, and maybe it's because the enemy is in their face and has yelled at them and is beating on them.
They're
Brick at him.
unsteady. And he's too close for them to move their gun and, well, the crossbow.
You have all this magic, and you're like, I'm gonna throw a rock. And you successfully throw the rock. Roll me a d12.
Max damage.
Critical damage.
Nice.
You have
With a fucking brick!
31, 39. You have incapacitated another one. And he kind of slumps to the floor. Rude. Any fucking
Doesn't
way.
matter.
As you have chopped into his hand, he's going to bring up one of his boots, and he is going to try and stomp you out in a swift kick.
Oh.
This kick sends you sprawling. Roll me a d12.
Damn, hit me with the mighty boot.
Behold the boot. The power of the boot is sacred. Should have tried to bite it. It's not bite proof. Murphy didn't make it. But as he sends you
How did I go from
sprawling, he
91
is.
to 80.
Oh, I
Did
don't
go
know how to
11?
do math.
Or 10.
What
It was
was
a
I
10.
at? 94?
You
Yeah.
are at 94.
Okay, because it wasn't showing for me. Alright.
Okay. Now, as he has knocked you to the ground, he's
Where
going
is
to
the rest
turn.
of our fucking party?
Murphy's wounded. Tink is scared to death. Eden is trying to help heal the wounded. And Pudger is not here. And these two are together. Oh yeah, I forgot Nutchorus is here. Nutchorus isn't much of a fighter though.
Can he grab
The
my
rest
gun
of-
from... Actually, no,
Oh
he
yeah,
probably
as a
shouldn't
matter of fact,
touch
he does
the
know.
gun from... But, I mean, yeah, he could, but he'd have to fix it. I haven't done that yet.
As Nutchorus walks over to Pudger and says, "Lass, I'll be taking that," and he shoulders the rifle. As he looks through the scope, he's like, "Bah, we'll talk about this later." He sees Lavidash, Levy Boy, and with
I attempt to
the...
throw one of the fruits at him.
Yes, you can. And this, roll me an accuracy. Nuck grabs this fruit, looks at
as
you.
I swing my sword.
He
to
takes a
block any
bite out
attack.
of it, and as some of the juices drop onto the rifle, he's kind of like, "What does that do?" But whatever. As he shoulders the rifle, he's like, "Ah." And he's like, with 3 shots left, he's going to do a volley fire, which is where he fires all of them. So it's going to be 3 shots. Bang. Holy shit. Bang. Holy shit. And the last one
You
misses.
shot him in the toe.
As those 2 rounds impact into him, he's going to take a d12 times 2. So you roll that d12 twice for me. 18 damage.
18.
He's 60 health. As he staggers, he's going to run towards Yokel. And he's going to try and kick Yokel in the back. With a Kung Fu kick.
Can I attempt to interrupt?
Can I attempt to interrupt? Or,
yes,
is
you
he
can.
behind me?
He's behind
Both
you.
of us.
You would be the best option to interrupt him. Because he's behind you. He's running to kick you in the back.
I rolled a 7. I didn't work.
Oh, guess I'm getting kicked in the back.
But I am making my way.
He plays dirty.
As he kicks you, roll me a
And I am
d12.
putting both hands onto the sword.
Oh, this kick
And I'm
hurts harder than the
charging
arrows.
mana.
Goddamn.
As you charge your sword, roll me your attack.
I'm charging mana.
Oh, you're charging mana? So
like I
you're
did
gonna wait
last time.
till... Wait till the
And I'm pushing it into my sword.
wild magic. You know that, right?
I know,
And
but I'm
whatever
taking
you
2
roll,
turns to
I
do
have
this.
to. Okay. So that
'Cause
leaves
I'm
him
not there
open
yet.
to deal with Yokel. Yokel,
Mm-hmm.
he's gonna try and do a double hammer blow with his fists into your chest.
Oh, he ain't doing shit, baby.
You reach up and you catch his fists, and there's a small moment of true fear that goes across his face. And now, because you have caught him, what are you gonna do with him? You don't need to roll a strength check. You have him effectively pinned.
I'm just gonna absolutely blast him with multiple punches.
Do
Oh my
it.
God, I forgot that was a thing.
Roll it. You get 3 d20s to do this. And he is incapacitated, so all of this is damage.
20.
Holy shit. 20 damage.
20 damage. So he's got 40 health.
40 health. He's kind of looking a little beat up right now, guys. And you're still holding him?
Yeah. This has officially turned from you're not stuck in.
I'm not stuck in here with you.
Here with you. You're stuck in here with me. So I'm just beating the shit out of him.
I love having a barbarian. I don't even make them roll strength checks. That being said, Ellie, you have approached. You are now behind him. Roll me the magic number on the dice.
That I did first.
This will just kind of refresh my memory on what's there with whatever number. Acid.
What?
Your blade becomes coated in acid and it is eating through the floor around you as well as your blade. But he's
Give me
being
a fucking
held.
arm, damn it. I'm gonna yell that as I'm approaching Yokel so he can like pull his arm out.
Okay. Yeah, with one of my arms, I just slam and pin one of his arms.
This attack hits, and because you have literally taken his arm off, he is now incapacitated and bleeding out. So we're going to say this does 35 damage. His patron is nowhere to be seen. He has 5 health.
Can I shove him into my heaven bag?
Hold on, I've got an idea.
This is an option, yes. I would recommend restraints.
Does he have like the same thing that I have on my ring to be able to move in the heaven bag?
No, that's right. You have the inscripted ring.
So he'll be frozen in there, so I don't need to use restraints.
As he
He'll be
sees
useful
you
for later.
As he sees you pull this bag out, the name Chaos Weaver comes to his lips as you bring the bag over his head and down to his feet, and he is trapped inside the heaven bag.
And I'm gonna say that Ellie forgets that she does this.
This is fair. As this occurs, the other tieflings break ranks and run. The loud war horn blasts, and one of the tieflings drops a small cylindrical metal item that's flashing rapidly and charging with magical energy. It's sucking the magical energy out of the ambient environment from all of you.
I'm also doing the same thing. How does that work?
Everybody roll me an evasion.
Wait, magic?
I got a 10.
9, 9, 10, and D10. Yokel, you turn around and you have a moment of, I've seen one of these before. I don't remember where. Before you are encompassed in a bright white light. And it petrifies you to the spot.
Is the item still there?
The item
wait.
is still there.
Am I
Can I
blinded
dash
or am
to
I?
it and grab it?
It was a petrification grenade, and yes, you may grab it.
Oh. So it's already been used?
It is something
Or is it still
rechargeable.
pulling in magic?
It is not. Excuse me. It's not pulling in magic, right now. But upon activation by pressing a button on the top, and I looked this item up, somebody else's homebrew, and I really liked it, so I'm stealing it. But
Okay.
pressing the
Whoa. Oh
button
no,
at
tracking
the top.
What? Oh.
You took his
Jesus.
arms. He took yours.
What?
You took his arm. He took yours.
I didn't take his arm, I took his whole damn body. I haven't taken his arm yet. It's still somewhere.
As this happens, you hear the messenger of the night hunt come clapping up the stairs
The night hunt?
as emissary Alleroy reaches the top of the stairs. You see
This is
him
our enemy,
holding
right?
No. It could be. But he's holding a long scroll of paper with the names and signatures of Lady Micte, Kamaroth, Caesius. And he tears it, and it explodes into a blue flame, and he lets it go. Immediately,
His
the
arms are still
wards-
up, right?
his arms are still up.
At least still not exactly sane.
Whatever happens at this point is your decision to make. But I am going to let you know
I'm
he
pretty sure
has
the only one who
surrendered.
could probably stop me is her. If she decides to actually use magic to grab me.
Real quick, how do
I'm
you
gonna
cure
root her.
petrification?
It's a basic healing spell, can do it.
Oh.
I'm gonna root her.
Or time. You're gonna root her? Roll d20. Roll d20.
Fuck.
Your
I'll
roots are growing
try
quickly, but
something else then.
go ahead. What do you got?
I'm going to essentially cause an earthquake to drop down more of the ceiling to basically put a wall between him and her.
Alright, d20.
That didn't go well.
Activation successful. 5 is the answer. Earthquakes are kind of random. However, Ellie, you do need to roll an evasion for me.
I'm taking this damage automatically, I assume.
No, there's not damage. From where you're standing,
Not for you, at
this
least.
wouldn't affect you. However, Ellie, a large chunk of the marble ceiling falls and blocks your path. You may recast a route if you wish.
Just a second, I'm doing math.
This is bad. I have the most health out of everyone here.
Oh, mine's still dropping.
How much health do you have?
80.
Oh, I'm at 85.
Oh,
I
okay,
rolled
never
to
mind.
root again.
But I'm petrified, so I'm pretty much
This should
dead
work.
for
Yeah,
right
okay.
now.
You're not dead.
I am going to play Pudger here in a moment, but as the root takes hold of you, the vines slowly, fully encapsulate your body, and a tree
Ivy.
begins to hold you still. Pudger's gonna run over to Nyx and
Murphy was the
begin
last
pulling
one
the
that
airs,
helped.
pulling the arrows out, while simultaneously dumping one of the potions onto some of the wounds Nyx has sustained. And Nyx, roll me a d12 2 times.
Oh, good God.
You have healed for 19 points of damage.
Don't
and
realize
you
how
are no
low
longer
I was,
bleeding.
because this isn't. I was still doing subtraction from this. I was really
Yeah,
fucking low.
Oh,
that bleed
Why
out
were you
damage
taking
is something
damage?
serious. She's got 3
I've-
arrows in her
Oh.
back.
I was gonna say I've had blood
Um,
running down my back for the entirety of the fight.
Frodo, Phantom, you realize that if you leave an arrow in, it actually doesn't cause you to bleed?
Technically, you
The
can
thing
still
that
be
causes you
bleeding
to
from
bleed
the
is you
spot.
pulling it out.
There were
But it
some
wouldn't be that
vicious
bad.
attacks.
Unless they were serrated arrow tips, then that would make sense.
It's tiefling arrows. They're always meant to cause maximum pain. Especially from these group of bastards.
Okay then.
Currently,
But
hold on.
Emis,
You're good. You go on what you're doing.
Emissary Alroy, while holding his hands up, looks at all of you and says, "Our contract was simply to bring you here. Their failure to do whatever it is that they wanted to do was on them. You'll notice that none of my messengers had anything to do other than getting you here for them."
Actually, his messengers were the ones who were still fighting us, were they not?
Those were not
No, it
the
was the other
messengers,
5
those were
that
the
came through the
tieflings
portal
that
with
came
your
through the
plan.
portal.
Oh. Wait. That mean that the one tiefling up front was Kai. Who was the one that was leading
not...
it?
Lavidash was the one leading it.
Oh. Okay. Sorry.
They could have just swapped places while we weren't looking.
That being said, he's like, "I would do us all a great disservice if I did not get you all medical attention." And as he walks by you, Yokel, he places his hand on the statue that you are currently and frees you from your petrification.
I just realized Tink is witnessing this.
Tink is scared shitless. He thought
I
he was
told
meeting
him
a bunch of...
that this shit was dangerous. Shoulda listened.
As Murphy is laying there, kind of still dazed and out of it, He reaches up and asks, "Am I dead? This doesn't feel very heavenly. Where's the nirvana that dragons are promised?"
Nyx is honestly barely conscious as it is as well.
Inside the tree that I'm in, do I hear any of this that's happening outside?
You do. You hear all of this.
I can help with that. Maniacal laughter.
A victory tradition. I'm taking out my ceremonial war horn and I'm tooting it.
Toot toot.
Roll for that toot.
Hold on.
Right,
I got the best sound effect for this. I gotta pull it up. Y'all do your rolls or whatever. I'm gonna pull up the sound.
As you blow into the war horn, the victory note peals out. And from within a few feet, you see the ghosts of a legion marching in perfect lockstep of Shirian soldiers.
Wow.
They look old, and the livery they wear is the same as you do. It's only about 20, but as they march into the building, they begin to fade away. And it leaves you wondering if perhaps there is a new ability close at hand.
Right. What?
Oh, look at that smile. That's a happy birthday
Good.
smile. All right, give her a little bye-bye toot-toot.
That's not what I was expecting, but it's perfect. Good.
Shirian,
I think you found
Yokel,
the
that is
meme, not...
It's fine though.
not
We're
what your
perfectly.
war horn sounded like.
I know.
It was much more noble.
Whatever you say.
You just fart through your war horn.
Ah, the great language of flatulence.
With this,
Have y'all ever watched
you now all
Treasure Planet?
roll me. Yes, the little slime.
Flatulence. Yeah, that's what that was.
Wait, here, I got it. Okay. Sorry. That was...
That's the goofy one.
There we go.
the original Toot Toot.
Am I completely bound within this tree, or am I able to still move a bit?
You can stick one finger out of a small gap in the branches.
What about my sword?
You don't have enough room to move your sword.
Also, I just noticed the mask is up on top of my head still.
Yes, it is. Roll me a perception.
Why do I need to roll that? Huh?
The mask gives a small chime. And with that, we are going to end this session.
Ooh.
Enjoy that cliffhanger.